Well, hey, everybody. Welcome back to Delphi, Indiana. It's Veterans Day, Monday, November the 11th. And today we did indeed get a verdict in the case of State versus Richard Allen. To my surprise, it was a guilty verdict. All four counts of murder. And the verdict unanimously of the jury, they were polled, was that he is guilty of these crimes. So I am surprised, but I'm not shocked. In many ways, I feel like saying just welcome to the life of the defense attorney. This is the life cycle. You have the case, you make your case, you get your hopes up, your hopes get dashed, and the cycle will continue again. Back into the arena they will go. So I know people have all kinds of questions about what happens next. What was it like in the courtroom? All those types of things. So I am going to go ahead and do my best to answer as many of those for you as I can. Mr. Brad Rosie, you thought I forgot. Oh no, I paid attention to Mr. Brad Rosie. He was today in his navy blue suit with a white shirt and a tie that was what I would call it like a dull gold color. It's like a gold, but if the metallic had kind of worn off, I can't quite think of a better way to describe it. Didn't get a super close up look to see if it had one of those, fine detail patterns in it on that one. But as always, looking quite dapper with his color collections for court. So we learned that a verdict had come in shortly after lunch. I want to say it was about 1:30 or so that word started to go around. And so we all began to assemble. We had maintained our line, and the line was holding quite well. Everybody in the line certainly was honoring the line. But it soon became clear that there were three individuals who were not going to respect the line. They went ahead and cut straight to the front. Notwithstanding, these were all three of them individuals from the media and whose organizations already had representatives in the courtroom with their little green media passes that they got from the court. So three members of the public got deprived of the opportunity to be present in court because their betters in the media decided that it was more important for them to have those seats. So I did want to name names, but unfortunately I don't have all of the names or the outlets. And so all I'm going to be able to tell you for right now is Dateline. Just bear that in mind when whatever specials come out. Dateline elbowed itself to the front of the line at the expense of the public that they are ostensibly there to serve with their media coverage. And again, despite having a representative from Dateline already in the courtroom with a press pass. I did make it in. It was only 14 of us this time, 14 members of the public that were seated for the verdict. When we got there, we were all warned, better be quiet as little church mice or we're going to get booted. The family was not there. The Libby and Abby's families were there. Richard Allen's family was not there when we first arrived. We sat and waited for some time for the judge to come out. She eventually did come to the bench. And when she came to the bench, her first question was, where were Mr. Rosie and Ms. Auger? Mr. Baldwin was there in the courtroom with Mr. Allen. Mr. Baldwin told the court they were downstairs. They were waiting for the family, Rick's family, to arrive. And the judge says, so in spite my directives that everyone is supposed to be within 10 minutes of the court, 10 minutes, they're not here, and we've been waiting an hour. And that was indeed the case. So Mr. Baldwin offered to send their investigator Matt downstairs to go get Mr. Rosie, and Ms. Auger, one of the bailiffs, ended up going downstairs instead. And so they did indeed come up with Kathy's sister, Rick's mom and dad, and a variety of members of the defense team who were there to attend with them, as well as Bob Motta. So the judge then just advised the audience, of course, we are to remain silent, but also that we should avoid any outbursts, that out of respect to Mr. Allen, as well as to the state, we should not have any type of reaction, and that if we were not able to control ourselves, we would be removed from the courtroom. And with that, the jury was brought back into the courtroom. The juror that was selected as the foreman was a bit of a dark horse. It was one of the men on the jury, but it was not one of the ones that I would have considered a front runner for the position. It was one of the jurors who I don't believe took a single note throughout the entire trial. Didn't rely on the note taking. He was seated in seat number 11. So he was the verdict, asked if the jury had in fact been able to reach a verdict. He said that they had, handed the sheets up, and the verdicts were read. Guilty on all 4 counts. I was seated on the side of the courtroom where I was behind Rick Allen's family, so I did see Kathy react to the verdict. She was very quiet, but she certainly did have an emotional reaction. So she was in tears as the verdicts were read, and I saw Rick looking back in her direction, and I saw him ask his sister, "Is she okay?" And then I saw him mouth the words in Kathy's direction, "I'll be okay." So, still primary concern. Having just been found guilty of 4 counts of murder, his concern is for his wife and her well-being. The defense requested that the jury be polled, and so they were. And so that means each individual juror is asked to confirm that this was, in fact, their verdict. They all did so. And so that satisfying the parties, the jury was then excused. After the jury was excused, the judge addressed sentencing. There will be a pre-sentence report that is prepared as part of the sentencing process. The probation department works on that. And so there's just a variety of things that they do. It's usually interviews and background investigation and things like that. They will interview Mr. Allen as part of that process. I assume, although I don't know for sure, in Washington, you have the right to not participate in the pre-sentence investigation. You don't have to participate in the interview because in the event your case is reversed on appeal and you get a new trial, you can't be required to have incriminated yourself for sentencing purposes. So I don't know if he will or will not. I expect if he does, he would just continue to maintain his innocence. The attorneys have the right to be present for that. Judge Gohl was informing them that she'll be using her probation officer, department, whatever, from up in Allen County to conduct it, and that they do have video capability over in Cass County. So I assume that means that either the attorneys or perhaps the probation officer who's doing the interview may be able to attend that just remotely instead of being there in person. And then she congratulated the parties, thanked them for a well conducted trial. And that was it for the day. That was the hearing. Oh, sentencing was set for December the 20th. There was a little bit of back and forth about the potential dates for it. They were originally suggesting potentially a 2-day hearing. That does seem quite long to me. I'm not sure entirely why it would take that long. Usually at sentencing, there is an opportunity to present evidence of mitigating circumstances. There's an opportunity to allocute if he wishes to do that. That's the right of the person who's been convicted to give a statement on their own behalf. Typically, the victims of the crime have the right to address the court. This isn't necessarily a common law right, but in states where victims have been given like constitutional or statutory rights to participate in the process, the right to be heard at sentencing is typically included there. So a number of the people might be expected to make statements, but nevertheless, I mean, two days seems like quite a long period of time. So not to say that it won't happen, but at least as of now, it's set for December the 20th. And that's when I anticipate it will go forward. So I know a lot of people have all kinds of questions about what is this going to look like. And I will tell you, I had hoped I was not going to have to go research Indiana sentencing law, because sentencing does get, it can get very complicated, very abstract, depending on the systems that the states have in place. Having said that, I do think Washington has among the most convoluted sentencing schemes that there is. So rarely do I find one that's more annoying and complicating than the one that I've already had to deal with for a couple of decades. And Indiana's is similar in some respects, but in other respects, it is quite a bit simpler. So first, what's he looking at? Murder that's not aggravated, meaning they did not charge aggravating circumstances to support a death penalty sentence. It is also not eligible for life without the possibility of parole. It carries a standard range of 45 to 65 years in prison. There is what they call an advisory range of 55 years. So basically just the middle of the line is what's advised. But the judge will have discretion to go high, go low. There's the issue of the multiple charges. So I want to break this down first. First off, it would be a double jeopardy violation for him to be sentenced for both intentional murder and felony murder for both of these crimes. Both of the victims. I did verify this in Indiana law. It goes back to a 1976 case called Holland versus Scott. And it's very common to charge things in the alternative, or to charge a single crime under multiple theories, and for the jury to return verdicts on multiple theories. But to actually sentence him for multiple convictions of the same crime, the same incident, for murder and felony murder, that is black letter case law in Indiana, that would violate double jeopardy. So they do what they call merge. They merge the offenses together. And ultimately, what I expect that's going to mean is that for all practical purposes, the felony murder convictions go away, and he'll be sentenced on the intentional murder charges. So it will be 2, not 4, even though 4 is the number of verdicts the jury has returned. So 2 sentences of between 45 to 65 years. Next question, do they run consecutively or do they run concurrently? Concurrently is when both terms are served at the same time. Consecutively is when they run back to back. This is I don't even know how to explain this. So it appears that it's mostly discretionary with the court. However, it's not really discretionary with the court, because they are supposed to find an aggravating factor, at least one aggravating factor, and that aggravating factor needs to outbalance mitigating factors. There's there's some case law from back in the early 2000s that dealt with sentencing laws. And it said that if a court is going to impose a longer sentence based on some type of factual finding, the jury has to be the one that makes that factual finding, not the judge. And so this goes back to a case called Blakely versus Washington, coincidentally dealt with Washington's sentencing scheme. The Indiana Supreme Court, however, has held this does not apply to the decision to impose consecutive or concurrent sentences. So under the Indiana Supreme Court's precedent, the judge can make certain factual determinations to support a consecutive sentence. In that particular case, one of the ones that I looked at, there is a multiple victims aggravator. That's the most obvious one that I saw that would potentially apply here to justify imposing a consecutive sentence. Now, again, in Washington, you'd have to submit that to a jury, but in Indiana, apparently you do not, even though it is a finding of fact. I suppose it kind of adheres in the charge a little bit. The distinction is that issues that just involve legal determinations, and so that involves things like prior convictions. In Washington, you can get extra sentencing if you were on probation at the time that you committed the crime. Things like that are really legal determinations. The judge can go ahead and make those. But things that deal with facts of the crime, facts about the defendant, and so forth, they have to be submitted to the jury. So this multiple victims, I mean, you could, I suppose, look at the charge and see that there's multiple victims. It's a little bit of a gray area that way. But in any event, under Indiana law, it doesn't matter. This jury, finding distinction isn't going to apply in this context. And so I expect the judge will likely find that the multiple victims aggravator does apply here. Now, there are mitigating factors. However, one of the mitigating factors that's likely to apply in this case is a lack of history of delinquency or criminal activity. He doesn't have criminal activity. I mean, that's something that was made clear throughout the course of the trial because it was one of the shocking things about his pretrial detention. He doesn't have. He's never been convicted of a crime. So that is a mitigating factor that seems pretty clearly to apply in his favor. The question is then going to become, you got one, do those balance each other out? If they balance each other out, there is a case from Indiana that says you got to go with concurrent. You can't go with consecutive. So if those balance each other out, he's looking at that 45 to 65 years concurrent, meaning they run at the same time. I don't expect Judge Gull would find that they balance, and so that might just end up being another issue that gets brought up on appeal, which I'll talk about shortly. I expect she's going to impose, consecutive sentences here, probably hit him with a maximum term, 65 years, run back to back with 65 years. So we would be looking at, for practical purposes, a 130-year prison sentence. Is he eligible for parole? Yes. It does appear that he would be because this is what they call a determinate sentence, meaning it's for a fixed period of time. It's not the type of sentence you hear about sometimes of like 20 to life, where there's a minimum term you serve, but the maximum, like the actual amount that you serve, isn't established. It just depends on, how you do in prison and whether the parole board, ultimately wants to release you at a future date. Those are called indeterminate sentences. This is not that. So as a determinate sentence, he is eligible for parole at either half of the length of the determinate term or in 20 years, whichever is sooner. So parole eligibility starting in 20 years. Other question that comes up is good time. Does he get good time credit? Yes, it appears he gets good time credit as well. For murder, it appears that they are automatically assigned to a class of good time credit, where you basically get credit for 1 day for every 6 that you have served. That would apply to his time in pretrial confinement, pretrial detention, as well as time that he actually serves. So basically, you get a 6th off. It is possible under the rules to be moved to a different category where you get more credit. You can get up to a full day for a day credit, roughly 25% credit. And then the category that he's in, where it's 1 for every 6 days. What is that, like 15%, somewhere in that ballpark? You can also get moved down, typically for violations of rules and things like that, to where you don't get good time. So it's a lot of time to serve and a lot of time to follow a lot of rules. So that's what we're looking at for potential sentencing outcomes. There is some discretion for the court, but for all practical purposes, I'd put our money on we're getting a 130-year sentence for all practical purposes. So then the appeal. He is absolutely going to appeal. There's no question about that. The appeal has to be filed within 30 days of the sentencing. So it's a fairly formal document that he has to file in the Court of Appeals. It appears that it will go to the Court of Appeals of Indiana. It doesn't go automatically up to the Supreme Court. If it was a death penalty case, it would, but just a straightforward non-capital murder, it would not. It goes to the Court of Appeals. So he has 30 days to initiate that. That initiation then triggers the preparation of the transcripts, the creation of the record by the clerk. And then once the transcripts are filed, that initiates the deadlines for the parties to file their briefs. His team would have 30 days to file their brief. Once they file it, the state has 30 days to respond. And once the state files their response, he would have 15 days to then file a reply. It sounds fast, but the reality is there are likely to be extensions of time involved. The transcripts alone, I mean, I'm not going to say it's impossible to get, this many 21 days of transcripts from the trial, plus whatever pretrial hearings are going to be at issue for some of these rulings. We already know, for example, the offer of proof from those July and August hearings. That's going to need to be prepared as well. I'm not going to say it's straight up impossible to do that in 45 days, but I will just say it's uncommon. I mean, we have a 60-day deadline for transcripts in Washington, and it's common that they just can't get them done in time, and that's with significantly shorter trials. So potential for delays in that part of the process, potential for delays in the briefing part of the process as well. This is a very voluminous case. It takes time, and the more issues you have as well, the more research you got to do, the longer your brief is going to be. It's just all over a more time-consuming process. So, what's the general timeline for appeals? I don't know for Indiana purposes. Like, I don't know what their caseload looks like. I don't know what their normal case flow process, timelines look like. I'd be shocked if it's less than a year. I wouldn't be surprised if it's as long as 2. I think that's just fairly normal for this process. It is a time-consuming process, and they're no longer in a hurry because at this point now he's been convicted. He's no longer entitled to his presumption of innocence. There is also a right to a speedy appeal, but it's nowhere near as protective as the right to a speedy trial. With a speedy trial, they're concerned about things like witnesses are going to pass away, evidence is going to get lost. It's going to just get harder and harder to get to the truth of the situation the further down the road you are when you're trying to do that fact-finding process. With the appeals, it's different. These are purely legal issues. The appeal is not a process where the evidence is relitigated, the facts are relitigated. There's a lot of deference to the jury's ability to decide what they believe and what they don't. So there isn't really an opportunity to go in and argue, well, they should have believed X, Y, and Z because, here's this additional evidence that they didn't have that might have affected their decision. Where that does come in, and where it's going to come in the appeal in this case, is they will argue it was legal error for the judge to exclude certain parts of the defense case. No doubt in my mind they'll be challenging the exclusion of the third party culprit and probably the exclusion of the geofencing data as well. Any other rulings that happened, along the course of the trial that they think were material and had an impact on their ability to present their case, those will be argued on appeal as well. And so what happens in that situation is that the court will look at the justification for the decision, and they will look at the proffer. So they'll look at what the evidence would have been had it been allowed to come forward to be presented in the trial process. So that's why they were so careful about making sure that the proffer that they had, especially for that third-party culprit issue, was comprehensive. It was going to include everything from those prior hearings, because their position is that's what the jury would have heard if we had been allowed to present this testimony. So the court will look at that proffer and they'll compare it to the legal standard. These are typically de novo reviews. Does it meet the standard? If it does not, they say, no, actually, there was a nexus here. There's a non-speculative connection because somebody confessed to it and never really had an alibi. Then they turn to the second part of the equation, which is, given all of the evidence that was presented at trial, is there a reasonable likelihood that this additional evidence would have changed the outcome? You typically don't have to prove, like, yes, beyond a reasonable doubt, things would have been different. It's typically just, is it reasonably likely that this undermined the ability to get a fair determination of the issues at trial? And so if they conclude that it is, then the convictions would be reversed and he would get a new trial. If they conclude, nah, at the end of the day, the jury would have reached the same decision anyway, then even if it is an error, it's harmless error. We've talked about that, and it would be affirmed. So that is where the focus for justice at this point is really going to be. It's going to shift from the trial process to the appeal. Now, there's also alternative types of relief. I did not get a chance to really dig into what Indiana has available for this, but there are certainly federal processes available as well. You just typically have to exhaust whatever type of state process you have available before you can go to the federal courts. But this is what they call collateral relief. Collateral attacks in the federal system, it's habeas corpus. In the state system, it can have a variety of different names. So these processes are typically different from the appeal. The appeal, remember, we're just looking at legal error. We're limited to the record of what happened in the trial court, supporting the evidentiary rulings, supporting the trial process. But there's all kinds of things that can affect whether a trial created a just outcome that never make it into court. And those can be things like evidence that was never discovered, late discovered, because it came to you late in the trial process. You were never able to follow up on it. If you are able to follow up on it and find new impeachment, new just other type of evidence, these are the other processes, not the appeal. You can't use that in the appeal, but the habeas type processes, you often can. You can raise grounds for relief that there's this new evidence that was not presented, that wasn't available, and it would have likely affected the outcome. It's also the opportunity to bring up, like, 99 times out of 100, if you think the attorneys did something wrong, if they failed to take a step that a reasonably diligent, competent attorney would have made, and they don't have a good strategic reason for their decision, you typically bring it up in one of these alternative processes. Again, because appeal is just dealing with what did happen at court and what did come in. If there's issues about what didn't come in, other than just evidence that was offered and excluded, then in that situation, you typically have to go through something like this habeas process. So there is still an opportunity for fact-finding, fact-gathering information to be hunted down, developed, presented through this alternative process. It's just that the tools that the defense has available to them are now extremely limited, because once the trial is over, you don't have investigative powers anymore. You can't go subpoena people. You can't depose them. You're just stuck with what you can get voluntarily from people who choose to come forward and volunteer information, or what you can get through processes like public records requests. Things that aren't subject to that, information in the hands of private parties, for example, you don't have a way to compel it anymore. So it's not always a great a great outlet for new information, but it is possible. And just given the volume of interest in this case, the number of tips that had already come in, the number of people who just have different information about different aspects of the investigation and the case and so forth, some of the collateral parties involved and everything, that does still remain viable. It's just that it may take some time for them to be able to get to that process. In the meantime, like I mentioned, Rick will remain under the safekeeping order. So it's currently got him in Cass County, and he will stay there until sentencing. Once he's sentenced, it will be a prison sentence, and so he will be remanded to the Department of Corrections. And if you're concerned about that, you're not alone. You're not alone. I'm very concerned about that. What it means, the ability to keep him safe, all that. It's really, really troubling. Really troubling set of circumstances. So I have seen folks ask how they can help, what they can do, things like that. I have shared in the video description a link that is being put together if you want to sign up and share your email address. At this point, this is just a link to kind of keep track of folks who are interested in getting follow-up and potentially being able to help when and if the time comes that there's going to be something that can be done. So if you are interested in that, go ahead and check out in the video description the link. It's rickallenjustice.com, I believe. You can sign up for that and get updates as more information is developed. I also saw folks asking if they can write, and yes, you can. Not sure about the Cass County Jail situation, but certainly once Rick is sentenced, he'll be in the Department of Corrections. He can receive letters from anybody and everybody. They need to, follow the guidelines for not containing contraband and things like that. And you need to go to the Idaho Department of Corrections website. You can get his Department of Corrections number that he will be assigned after sentencing. He won't have one yet. It will be after he's sentenced that he'll get that. You need to use that number to be able to identify him. They typically won't deliver mail otherwise without the DOC number. But yeah, you can look up, see where he's being held. You can write to him if you want to do that. You can typically also through GTL, if he's going to continue to have a tablet. If he's in Gen Pop, he should. If he's not in Gen Pop, then probably not. But they're not going to have that whole, well, but he's a safekeeper and not an inmate justification to hold him, indefinitely in solitary confinement at this point. So shouldn't be a situation where he's stripped of his belongings and not able to have that communication with the outside world. So those are just a couple things that are available. I know everybody wants to know about Kathy and the family and how to support them. I don't have answers for that. I am hoping that we'll be able to follow up with that through the Rick Allen Justice website, and that hopefully, if there is any avenue for that, that they will let us know what the options are. So with that, guys, I'm going to go ahead and turn to your questions and comments and see if there is anything else that you have that I can answer for you. Ray, I honestly feel bad for the jurors. They're going to find out what was left out during trial, and I cannot fathom what they'll be feeling after that. This has been a real common theme. I mean, we've talked about it in the line. We've talked about it. We've talked about it on these lives. This is really the cost of having a trial where so much is excluded. And you just don't know what might change their minds. There's different ways that they can go with it. Some jurors might go home and be very curious and want to see everything about what was going on and what the coverage was like and what they didn't know. Others might be completely done with this case and never want to hear about it again. And you really don't know. You really don't know what you're going to get. I do think that if that does happen and, a juror is interested in learning more and finds out about this and reconsiders, is disappointed, I hope that they would let us know. I do. I hope that they would let us know, because that's something I would certainly support them in. It's not their fault. Being a juror is a very difficult job. This jury did work very hard, and even though they reached a decision I wouldn't have reached, I'm not going to fault them for doing their best to try to resolve the things, resolve the case, resolve the evidence, resolve all the conflicts in the way that their conscience directed them. But I do think that, it's extremely unfortunate if they were to get this additional information and start to feel that they had been complicit in an injustice, because, in a way they kind of were. And I could definitely see being very, very upset about that. Irene Rockamora, thank you for your selfless, independent, and amazing coverage. As a result, I've submitted an inquiry to the Florida Innocence Project to see if there's a way, in addition to money, to help in this cause. You're an inspiration. Well, thank you so much for that. And that's one of the most ringing endorsements I could get. There's always work to be done. There's always help that's needed. And so I really commend you and appreciate you with your willingness to step up and do something. Each one of us has the power to do something to make a difference. Holly Clay, anyone wanting to write Richard Allen, here is the address: Richard Allen, 100 Court Street, Logansport, Indiana, 46947. You don't need an inmate number, as he's in jail, not prison. So as for right now, he doesn't have a formal number. So hopefully that would be able to get to him. Let him realize he's got support out here. The Chronic Illness Diaries. Andrea, I just don't get it. People who are psychotic can't even sign legal docs or make big decisions. So how were his confessions even admitted? She found that they were voluntary and uncoerced. And the law does take a very narrow view of those ideas. It requires that there's, state action to do it. To coerce. And when they're able to insulate it behind circumstances like this, where, it's not a person. It's not a person that persuaded him to be psychotic, just an unfortunate series of events. The law takes a very narrow view of that. And when it comes to mental illness, the law is very full of a lot of double standards, Being psychotic doesn't in and of itself mean you are incompetent to stand trial. It doesn't in and of itself mean that you're insane, at the time that you do, whatever acts you're accused of doing, if you were psychotic at the time. It's a way to take your freedom away, call you gravely disabled, danger to yourself or others, and involuntarily medicate you and confine you to a mental hospital for your own good. But in terms of providing some kind of, some kind of just broader understanding of the circumstances and how somebody who's in a psychotic state is not necessarily acting with the same freedom of will as somebody who's, in their right mind. The law really leaves that to the jury to decide. So, yep, she just, she concluded because the state didn't, hold a gun to his head, basically, other than metaphorically. And metaphorically just isn't really good enough in this context. That it was not involuntary and was not coerced. Lexi, quis custodiet ipsos custodes? Who will watch the watchers? Will all this outrage now fade from public consciousness and Richard Allen become another statistic? No justice to be found here. Well, I, for one, am certainly going to follow this through the appeal process. Everybody who's been asking over the course of the last few weeks, what can I do? How can I make a difference? Now's your time to be heard. Now's your time to go to the legislature. Now's your time to go to the governor. This can't stand. This must change. This should not be allowed. The squid. I wish I could say I'm surprised. I figured it'd be a hung jury. But realistically, most people have a hard time finding innocence when there's confessions involved. And sadly, most people can't fathom that they may be false. Yeah, I mean, I think it's very hard. It's just because we've never been in that situation. And most of us will never be in that situation. It's very difficult to put yourself in the shoes of somebody who's gone through an experience that is so extreme. Because most of us haven't. It's easy to understand on an abstract level. And that's why we have experts come in and explain it. But, I do hear time after time after time that experts, they don't always carry a lot of weight with jurors. They just kind of assume that experts are hired guns. They're there to say, whatever whoever called them wants them to say. So clearly didn't hold a lot of sway in this case. I found it very persuasive, the objective testing, the fact that it was Dr. Westcott was the one person who looked at everything. Everybody else just kind of took this incomplete picture and had opinions based on that. She looked at everything and the objective testing. But at the end of the day, it just didn't matter. It just didn't matter. It's too hard to get around. So we don't know because we weren't allowed into the courtroom, which is a whole potential other problem. We weren't allowed into the courtroom for the jury questions or evidence view or whatever it was that seemed to be going on Saturday. And we don't have any official confirmation at this point about what it was that happened. So we just have reports that are out there, various news, various other reports. So the report I've seen is that one of the things that the jurors wanted to view is they wanted to view the interrogation video and then the 43-second enhanced video, the one from Libby's phone that they enhanced. And that really troubled me when I heard that, because I don't trust this enhancement at all. I don't trust it at all. And my concern is, they want to listen. They want to see, is that his voice? That's why you would listen to those two things back to back. So it's really hard to say what mattered most at the end of the day. Was it the confessions? Was it the bullet? Was it that he looks like Bridge Guy? Was it he sounds like Bridge Guy? We don't know. But we know what didn't. We know what didn't swing the day. The solitary confinement apparently didn't matter. The deception of the law enforcement, even up to right there on the stand, didn't matter. The fact that he didn't match the descriptions of Bridge Guy didn't matter. His car wasn't there, didn't matter. So the question for appeal now is, would it matter if the jurors knew that there were 3 cell phones, none of which belonged to Richard Allen, that were within, I think, 100 yards or so of that crime scene the afternoon of the 13th? Would that matter? If they knew that there are 2 other people that have implicated themselves in the crime, and that they have these associations with these strange cultish practices that experts think look quite a lot like this crime scene, would that have mattered? That's going to be what the Court of Appeals gets to decide. 616 Love. Andrea, first, thank you for your great coverage. God bless you. Secondly, what were to happen if jurors research now and state they are not happy with evidence that wasn't presented to them? Nothing. Nothing. Their verdict is final. And that's why, I find it a little bit of an outrage when so much is excluded from trial, not just because it's unfair to the defense, it's unfair to the jurors. They have had to make a decision based on their conscience and grapple with it. And it's been very difficult. They spent 4 days on it. This was not an easy, quick decide and go home. So, yeah, if they find out that their decision was based on incomplete information, and all that difficult decision that they made was under false pretenses. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If I was one of the jurors, I'd be extremely upset. I'd be extremely upset. But we don't know if they'll look at all. They may just be done. Natalie, line cutters were Caitlin Kendall from WRTV, Deborah Jones from Dateline, and someone from CBS. Caitlin said she didn't care and was cutting the line. Yes, she did. Indeed, she did. They did not care at all. They cut the line. They didn't respect the line. They didn't respect the public. And I hope you bear that in mind when you're considering who you go to for your news coverage. Morgan Roundtree, thank you for your commitment to keeping us informed. What is the best way for non-Indiana residents to support Rick and the Allen family? Go to the website. I did see in the private chat that apparently we crashed it the first time. So orderly, not necessarily right this second, but go to the website, rickallenjustice.com, and you can sign up. They will be keeping us notified of what we can do to help. So Lots still to come. I saw as Kathy came out of the courthouse, and she said, "This isn't over," and she's right. It's not. It's not. There's a lot of fights still here to be had. So, Megan L., you really are the best. What will the backlash be for Gull after this legally? How do we explain to people how scary this process was and is to the general public? Not simply unjust, but legit scary. The word is going to get out. I mean, it already has in so many ways. There's been so many eyes on this case since it's gone to trial. Once it goes to appeal, like I mentioned, then there's going to be transcripts, and those are public record. Those should be available. So now it's not just rely on Andrea and her notes. There will be something formal and official that, I flatter myself is going to be largely consistent with what my notes were. But it will be an official record, so it's out there. It's available for people to see, to audit. And it's just one of these situations where the rulings speak for themselves. The challenge is just the volume of them, of this whole trial. How do you even make a list? How do you even make a list of the problems? I was talking to some people on the street this morning, and just people have different degrees of interest. Some people are super fascinated with this case. They're trying to tell their family or their friends about it, and they're like, oh, again, we're talking about this. And we were just kind of commiserating over how this case, it doesn't have a 10-second elevator speech. The sum it up in 20 words or less, what's this case about? There's too much to it. And the problems with Judge Gull's handling of this case is right up there. It's in the same category. There are so many problems. Where do you start? I mean, you can start with her kicking the lawyers off and getting reversed by the Indiana Supreme Court in what is the most difficult type of proceeding to win. The defense won it, got the lawyers back. There's the exclusion of the public that seems to be pretty universally not well regarded. This should have been a public hearing. It should have been handled much better than it was. And it just isn't necessary. This whole secrecy, limiting the eyes in the courtroom, limiting the media, limiting the public. This is 2024. We're fully capable of being able to be transparent about what's happening in the courtroom. So why are we not? That's on Judge Gull. It was entirely her discretionary decision, and she needs to own it, and she needs to be accountable for it. And then there's the denial of his defense. I mean, think about that. There's so many levels here. There's so many levels. I still get a little bit enraged when I think about how she called his attorneys liars when they argued about his treatment at Westville, when they tried to get the safekeeping order modified the first time. She called them liars. And she wouldn't even watch the videos. The videos that those jurors saw. She wouldn't even watch them. And we know now, categorically, they violated their own rules. Her order that he was treated better than other inmates at Westville? No, he wasn't. because he was held in solitary for 13 months because of his status as a safekeeper. We know that without a doubt now. So, I mean, that's how to communicate how scary this is. He's not been convicted of any crime. He's held in solitary 13 times longer than the law allows. And the judge not only won't intervene, she won't let him defend himself at trial. She won't let him put forward exculpatory evidence. Evidence that other people were there at the crime scene, not me, and other people confessed to this. They have links to her, to the girls. They have links to these weird practices that the scene looks a little bit more like than like somebody trying to conceal a crime of opportunity. Yeah, it is scary. It's definitely scary. Bird, what are the chances Judge Gold's behavior/rulings help Richard Allen? I have said from day one, I'm concerned about a conviction sticking here because of these rulings. The third-party culprit exclusion is a big problem. It meets the standard. I don't see how you get around that. It's not speculative when somebody confesses. You have at least as much evidence against that person as you have against Richard Allen. So it should have gone to the jury to decide. The question is always just, well, was the state able to put up enough in the trial that, Court of Appeals is going to say, well, it doesn't really matter because he confessed 61 times anyway. I don't know the leanings of this court. I don't practice here. Sometimes appellate courts are an awful lot like trial courts. They're very, very state leaning. I've been spoiled in the last 10 years or so of my appellate practice in Washington because we've had courts that are very receptive to fairness, to reform, the need for things to be different. And it doesn't feel like you're constantly fighting an uphill battle against a court that's simply never going to rule in your favor, even when you're right. They're going to find some way to avoid it or to talk around you or to come up with some insane reasoning, to justify upholding a conviction. We haven't had that issue in Washington for at least a good 10 years. Not on my side of the state anyway. But I don't know the culture in Indiana. And it can be a real uphill battle. It can be a real uphill battle. So I think if they're being fair, they would look at this and they would realize, yeah, this is a pretty close case. This is a pretty close case. There's not a lot of there. Yeah, there's enough if the jury wants to decide it, they can find it, but it's not like there's a smoking gun here. And there's a lot of reasons to be skeptical of the state's evidence. And so given that, would this additional information tip the scale? It's hard for me to see how it doesn't. Because it's just, that's what the jury wasn't allowed to know, is why would we think it's anybody else? Well, here's why. Here's a few good reasons why. And if you can think about it potentially being somebody else and the weight of the evidence against somebody else, then that makes you look at the case against Richard Allen a little bit differently. That maybe it's not, oh, he did it, but they just couldn't quite put the case together. much more receptive to, oh, maybe he didn't do it, because there's reasons to think the evidence is pointing in this other direction. So I think he's got a very good chance on appeal. I've said that from the very beginning, and I think that's really unfortunate. Nobody wants a trial to be a dress rehearsal. It's very unfortunate when convictions get reversed and cases have to be retried. Nordic Phoenix. Andrea, can Department of Justice investigation be done here like they did in Karen Reed trial? If they are so inclined and if they think there is corruption here contributing to this investigation, yeah, they can. They have jurisdiction to investigate law enforcement corruption. The question is just, will they? Are they? I don't know. Megan L., will you cover the appeals process if he appeals? Darn right I will. Time to get licensed in Indiana. There's no one better. Well, I have already said that if I am asked, I am more than happy to help out with the appeals team. This is going to be a big one. It's going to be a lot of work. I'm not an Indiana practitioner, but I'm an appellate practitioner. I have a pretty good record, especially for someone who doesn't get to choose my cases. I just get what lands on my desk. It's a miracle I win anything at all. So I'm more than happy to help out with that. I'm very good at research. I'm very good at writing things. If my help is needed, I will be here. And you don't have to get fully licensed to be able to do that. I can do that either behind the scenes, just as an assistant for somebody. I don't need my name on stuff. That's not critical to me. But you can also do pro hac vice, if that were going to be a thing. So I am willing and able to do that. Lindy, thank you for your outstanding coverage. I would not have known or cared this deeply without your shining light on this case. My heart aches for this verdict and the injustice of it all, shocked and devastated. Yeah, this has been an ugly case. Real ugly case. Just from beginning to end. This one's been tough. This one is I feel in my bones, I feel in my soul, like those of you that have followed this with me, you understand the life of a criminal defense lawyer now. Because this is often what it's like. You just get injustice. And I have so much feeling for his team right now, because I know how hard they fought. And I know how much hope they would have had. And they've been absolutely devastated by this verdict. And yet, they got to keep fighting. They got to be comforting the family. They got to be preparing for the next steps. They got to be getting ready for the appeal. And they got to be turning back to their other cases. Do it all over again tomorrow. That's the life of the defense attorney. And that's why this job will chew people up and spit them out. Because you have the duty and more often than not, the natural inclination to worry about everyone else's pain. And you never get a second with your own. It's just time to move on. Robin, can charges or investigation be filed re violation of his constitutional rights, solitary confinement in max security without conviction? So I don't know about criminal charges. There is a federal criminal statute that's like conspiracy to deprive someone of their civil rights. Here's what I would expect would happen. he's got a civil suit. I mean, I just they handed it to him. They handed it to him. I don't see how he could plead a case here for the Eighth Amendment violation of the solitary confinement and the conditions and all of that, and not have that be allowed to go forward to discovery at the very least. And so that's what I would expect would happen. He would pursue a civil case and he would get discovery. And discovery would be where you would investigate. How is this allowed to happen? Was this a deliberate thing that was done? Did they do this on purpose? Is it there in the communications? Somewhere they can find that connection. Get someone to fess up. I don't know. But that's where I would expect it would go, is it would start with a civil case, and then if they found something that looked real bad, turn it over. See if the feds will investigate. LB, I'll forgive Dateline if they have you included as part of their show. You are our best bet for justice to eventually happen, and as many people as possible need to hear you. Dateline can help do that. Well, Dateline hasn't said anything to me about that, and I'm certainly not giving any flattering words to Dateline right now with how they've behaved in this trial. So can't really expect the invitation to come my way. But people just need to hear the facts. They need to hear the details about what happened. I don't know if Dateline's going to give them that. That would frankly be atypical of Dateline. But we'll see. We'll see what they do. Gemini, late I know, but please look up the Hanged Man and the Magician tarot cards. The girls' bodies were in these positions. Coincidence? Many thanks. Yeah, I brought this up way back when I didn't even know that this was a thing, and I was like, Abby looks like the Hanged Man. It was when we were talking about the blood flows, the inexplicable blood flows that are inverted. The blood is flowing, up to the top of their heads and not down. And so it suggests that they were inverted at some point. And given Abby's position, thinking of her as being inverted, I'm like, God, that looks like the Hangman. And then everybody tells me, yeah, did you know the Hangman is actually a depiction of Odin in his mythology? Hung himself apparently to gain wisdom or something like that. I didn't know that was the story behind the card. Truth Seeker, girl, we are not giving up, and this is far from over, not by a long shot. Thank you again, Andrea, for everything. We all love you more than you know. So the injustice. Yeah, girl, it's far from over. It's far from over. Truth Seeker here has been such a warrior. She has been a general. I owe her so much. She's played such a big role, along with Mendy, helping get the line sitting organized, making sure that we had boots on the ground there when we needed them, so that we could be ensured of getting back into the courtroom once things started to get chaotic. She was right there keeping it in line. She gave up her seat for Lawyer Lee one day. I mean, this girl, she cared a lot about making sure that this story got out. So Truth Seeker, I really appreciate you, everything you've done. I appreciate you so much. Teresa Gosnell, will he have the same lawyers? So typically they will get appointed new lawyers for the appeal. The reason why is because generally it's different agencies that contract with the public defenders. So I don't know who does the appointing of an appellate attorney in Indiana. I don't know if it's Judge Gohl. I don't know if it's the Court of Appeals. Not exactly sure how that process works. But typically, no, it's not going to be the same lawyers that handled his trial. And part of that, too, is because There's some sense that it's not like a strict, hard conflict of interest or something like that. Like people handle their own cases on appeal all the time. But there is at least a sense that it's not a bad thing to have a second set of eyes on the case when it goes up to appeal, just to make sure nothing got overlooked. And if there are issues that implicate decisions that the trial attorneys made, errors that the trial attorneys made, that they are not disincentivized, from their personal interest from being able to raise those types of things. Not that I really suspect these lawyers are like that anyway. Most defense lawyers, if they make a mistake, they're going to own up to it. They're going to say, if I did something wrong, if I was ineffective, raise it and get yourself a new trial. Because that's part of putting your client's interests first. It's part of being a good advocate. But just as a practical matter, it does typically tend to be different lawyers for a variety of reasons. James Casatelli, I think there are too many people out there who don't truly understand what beyond a reasonable doubt actually means. Well, people just have different limits for it. I said from the very beginning, I'm a very skeptical person. And so for me, beyond a reasonable doubt is probably a lot more than it's going to be for somebody who's not as skeptical. Some people, it's not going to be hard to reach a decision and to feel that it's a firm decision and that they have confidence in it. It's this idea of epistemic humility, we call it sometimes, the extent to which you are humble about the limits of your knowledge. I recognize that from my perspective, there are very few things, like the instruction says, very few things that we know with certainty in this life. Very few things. And most things that we do know are matters of perception, and matters of judgment, and matters of just kind of taking things for granted. But when you really, really dig into them, yeah, there's room to doubt a lot of things. But not everybody thinks like that. And it's, I'm not here to say I'm right and everybody else is wrong. It's the whole point of having epistemic humility. But it does sometimes, I understand what you're saying. It does sometimes seem to me that it's hard to understand how so many of us out here could be saying, I don't see certainty here. But 12 people on a jury unanimously decided that they did. It's hard to understand that perspective sometimes. I do understand that. Ain't So Plain Jane, have you ever seen a PSI conducted by an outside agency, feeling untrustworthy of the system? You worked hard, Andrea. Thank you. No, it is typically done by probation, sometimes Department of Corrections. There's different agencies involved, but it's usually the folks that are involved in supervising or otherwise keeping the person detained. I guess I don't really know why that is, other than just they're the ones with the interest in the outcome, making sure that if this person is dangerous, they're going to be supervising him. They want the court to know and can take that into account when they're setting a sentence. I'm not sure if there's even a mechanism for it to be an outside agency. There's something to go to the legislature about. Hey, maybe not have these people that have the vested interest in the outcome be the ones doing the PSI. Gov.audits. I wonder if any of the eyewitnesses interacted with Richard Allen while he was at work in those 5 years. There would be records. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm trying to remember, because we know that Shelby Dunn and Cheyenne Mill were from a different county, and I think Cheyenne Shelby Hicks was also from out of county, but I don't remember. Betsy Blair, I think, was local. I don't remember if we heard. I think I went back and checked my notes, and I don't think they specified. Maybe they did. Were they Delphi High School? Bree Wilbur and Rayleigh Voorhees? I think they were. Yeah, that would be interesting. Good question. Catalina, goal will max everything. Yes, she will. She wanted this. Yes, she did. Wonder if the jurors will change their mind once they see what was kept out. I wonder that too. What a miscarriage of justice. It is, in my opinion. Don't think they got it. Don't think they got it right, but that's just my opinion. Phil, the Gilbert villain Biggs. Any sign of the feds peeking in from the shrubbery? Complaints against process. Nothing that I've seen, nothing that I'm aware of. And typically you don't know that, until something happens. They don't make a habit of, going around and announcing, that they're doing investigations and stuff. But the people who are being investigated, if they are being investigated, they would eventually find out. So you might find out about it that way, but you just never know. Candy Charlene, thank you for covering. We would know nothing without people like you. I hope we eventually get to hear the recordings ourselves. Hear, hear. Yeah, I hope we do. I mean, a transcript is better than nothing, but as someone who deals with transcripts for appeal all the time, there's so much you don't get when you just get a transcript, and you don't get the tone, and you don't get the intonation. Things read very differently than they sound a lot of the times. There's a case in Washington. It was a fairly landmark case dealing with prosecutorial misconduct in a closing argument, based on the prosecutor injecting race as one of the considerations. And there were a variety of problems and things that he said that were problematic. But one of the things that the court really didn't like is that he would talk about, he adopted the vernacular of several of the African American witnesses in a kind of disparaging sort of way. And he was talking about the police, not the police, the police. And nobody would have ever known this, right? Because normally court reporter, you just, it's police and you write it down. Well, this particular court reporter apparently was so offended by how he was saying it that she actually did write it out phonetically. Police, like a capital P-O-L-E-E-S, police. And so that's the only way anybody knew, because they don't get the recordings. And the court reporter, this is, I think, before they even had recordings in court. So the court reporter is just there, the stenographer, taking it down, and is the ultimate, authority on things like that. So, but for that court reporter, that particular part of the intonation would have been missed. So a lot of things like that with tone, you just won't pick up unless we get those recordings. Code of Chaos. Sadly, the jury will now go home and see they just put away an innocent man. I do wonder. I wonder. Moni Vecchioni. How can we help him find good appellate attorney? You can trust there's going to be people on this. Sign up on the website if you want to be able to help. I would expect that what they'll do is see who's assigned. And if he's assigned a very good appellate attorney, then there might be folks that are, stepping up, offering to help. If it's not, they might have folks that are stepping in and offering to do it as retained counsel or as pro bono counsel. Kind of like what happened before when they had the disqualification and Mr. Rosie and Mr. Baldwin we're both like, that's fine. I'll appear pro bono. So things like that could happen. But I can assure you his team will be on that, and that will be in the works. Jagarella, I appreciate your hard work and your amazing brain. I'm horrified at the treatment of those who experience mental illness within this broken system. Yeah, this system is not kind to the mentally ill at all. Not at all. It's not made to help them. It's made to make them easy to manage for the people that wear the uniforms. That's all it is. It's there to house them so that they don't disturb people out in public with their, alarming behavior. It's not kind, not a kind system. Cyanite. What happens if someone comes forward with exonerating evidence or confesses to it? Is there a fund to donate to Rick's legal fees and support Kathy? So sign up at the Rick Allen Justice site for more information about that if anything like that becomes available. As of right now, as far as I know, there's nothing set up for that, and I'm not sure if there's going to be. It's going to be up to Rick and Kathy. If they want to accept help like that. As far as if someone comes forward with exonerating evidence, it goes to habeas. It can be used in habeas because it's information, it's evidence that wasn't available at the time of trial. And could it potentially change the outcome? Yeah, it could. So there is an avenue for that to potentially help Rick still if it becomes available. Jason McClellan, there were plenty of impeachments of the witnesses, just Judge Gohl sustained adjournments. I don't like incompetent counsel, blame the lawyer defenses. It's too lazy and sloppy. This defense team did all that they could. Ineffective assistance of counsel it's not something that I as an appellate lawyer ever really enjoyed raising. I don't like to. We're all trying to be professionals here. We're all trying to be on the same team. But the reality is just sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to. I've raised it on multiple occasions and won, and it's usually because there was a legal misunderstanding. I can think of 3 cases off the top of my head where I raised ineffective assistance of counsel and I won, and I had to because that's my responsibility as the appellate attorney. The first case was one where a guy was charged with theft. And in Washington, there's different thresholds between misdemeanor and felony theft, depending on the value of the property that's stolen. The evidence that the state brought to bear was that somebody looked up some of this property on eBay and said that's the value. So the attorney should have objected to that as hearsay. It is hearsay. It doesn't fall within a hearsay exception. eBay is not a there are exceptions for certain types of treatises or market reports or things like that that are typically things like the Kelley Blue Book. That's pretty, systematic and recognized as an authority on average prices and stuff like that. eBay is not that. eBay is a listing, and you don't know what the thing actually even sold for. You just know kind of what the opening bid is. So that was a case where the objection should have been made. It would have been sustained. And because of that, the conviction was for the felony and not the misdemeanor. I won on that one. I won on one not too long ago where the defense attorney just flat out misunderstood the requirements to request a self-defense instruction for voluntary manslaughter. Was under the impression you can't ask for self-defense on this, so didn't ask for it. Self-defense had been requested on all of the other ones. The jury acquitted of the graders, but convicted of the voluntary manslaughter. And so the question is, if they had known the self-defense was available, would they have maybe ruled it was self-defense? It was a strong self-defense case. So that was when the attorney just misunderstood the requirements. Had to raise it. They got it wrong. Won on that one. One time a guy won on appeal. I had his appeal. I had his appeal. We got his appeal sent back. He won on appeal. Just resentencing, not a whole. Or wait, no, was it? No, it wasn't. He got a new trial. He won. He got a new trial. So then on retrial, the prosecutor brought new charges. And we have rules in Washington. You're not allowed to do that. You have to, there's like a real specific rule that says after an appeal, you're stuck with the charges that you originally brought. The defense lawyer didn't object. He gets convicted on the new charges. I got to raise that. I got to raise that on appeal. He should have objected to that. It would have been granted because that's not the law. So those are the situations where, I never like raising it. But you have to sometimes. Sometimes it's the right thing. And so if there are things like that, along the way here, if they got the law wrong, it's got to be raised. I don't like, nitpicking at strategic decisions because that's not a winning argument anyway. You're not going to win that. And especially in an appeal like this where he's got strong issues. Like you don't have to go fishing for something just to have an argument for an appeal. He's got strong issues and you don't want to dilute those with weak ones, with things that make it look like, well, if you're raising this kind of garbage, then probably none of it's any good. No, you don't want to do that. I think that would be a bad idea in this case. So it's not fun arguments to make, but I agree that the ultimate issue here is with Judge Gohl and with her decisions, her rulings that she made that really tied their hands. If they didn't impeach people properly, it's because she wasn't letting them. She was changing the rules about what you had to do to impeach somebody every other day. And then when it did come time and push came to shove, did it by the book. Absolutely by the book. And it wasn't good enough for her. Powerpuff 4. Your coverage has been so very important on this case, not only for your analysis, but for visibility. I hope your exposure brings the light needed to this judge and case, disheartened by everything about this case. Light is what we want. Visibility is what we want. It's why I covered it the way I did with the detail I did. So that's what we should have had. Shouldn't have been on my note taking. We should have had a feed into that courtroom. We should have been able to watch it at home or listen to the audio recordings. But yeah, this one needed light, and so that's why I did it the way I did it. Megan L. If sentence is overturned on appeal, can they automatically use that evidence in retrial? If it's admissible, yeah, typically. That's why with the pre-sentence investigation report, if you're going to be appealing and there's a decent chance you're going to get a new trial, it's usually best to just shut it. What's the benefit anyway? She's not going to give him a break. What would she do? Take 10 years off of 130 years? It doesn't matter. It's still being sentenced to die in prison. So there's just not a lot of upside in this particular situation, especially if he continues to maintain his innocence, which it, by all appearances, seems that he does. You can't give him anything because we've seen how they'll twist and distort even innocuous things to make you look guilty, to make you look like you're, making confessions. And then even if you don't, they'll try to say your demeanor makes you look guilty. So you can't give them any more ammo. You can't do it. Kathy, your realtor in Jersey, thank you for your coverage. If it is determined that the prison psychologist or someone else shared the van information, can that be admitted? If it's information that they did not have and could not have had at the time of trial, yeah, Yeah, they can use that. They can use that to support a habeas type of proceeding. Heather One Temple, is there any reprimand for the judge? Not at this point. I mean, if she gets reversed, it doesn't look great, but would they reprimand her? No. I mean, it's just it's an embarrassing thing that happens. But a reprimand is something coming from the ethics bodies, the governing, bodies that decide who gets to be a lawyer and who doesn't. A reprimand is like a public censure, What would it mean? It may not mean anything at all. If nobody goes and runs against her in Allen County, doesn't mean anything. I mean, it might mean she's not getting her career advanced, but let's be real, she's not appellate judge material anyway. Stadeka, what happens if Richard Allen is unalived in prison before he gets to an appeal? Thank you so much for everything, Andrea. So I'll have to look at this for Indiana. Typically, nothing. Sometimes, and at common law, they would say that because the conviction isn't final until the appeal is exhausted, that if you died while an appeal was pending, you were, not exonerated, but basically like the conviction goes away because it never got to be finalized through the appeal process. My state is not like that. If you die during the appeal, you just die during the appeal, and your appeal will end, and they won't even finish deciding it because now it's moot. Now there's no more relief that they can give you because you're dead. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's right. Like, there are consequences of having a criminal conviction that I think can survive your death. Fines you had to pay. If you go through an appeal and you get reversed, you're entitled to get those back. Consequences with things like, for example, the Slayer statute. This is this general idea, you can't benefit from a crime that you committed. So, like the most common example, you can't kill someone and then collect on their insurance. If you're found to commit the murder and you're the beneficiary of their insurance, you're not going to get it. Well, if you're not guilty, then you should, and it should go to your estate. So there's things like that have downstream effects from a criminal conviction. But that's just how my state handles it. I did actually have that come up once. I had it come up. I had a client die in the appeal, died in a logging accident. And yeah, the appeal just goes away, and that's that. Mary Frere, can just jurors go to the appeals and testify process if they feel they were not given the information they needed for a fair trial? No, because the appeals process is not concerned about whether the result is just. Like, I'm going to say this again, make sure it sinks in. They don't care if the outcome was just. All they care about was, were the rules followed in this process? And if the rules were followed, they don't care if the outcome is just. So the other issue with this is that there is a long history of jurors not being able to impeach their own verdict. They can't, they won't allow it. Because the priority in the criminal justice system, far more than justice, is finality. The priority is finality. And that's why when I say, okay, there are habeas processes and things like that are available, yeah, there are. And there's massive, massive procedural hurdles you have to be able to clear to get that kind of relief, because they don't want to undo convictions. They don't want to undo it. So because of that, there is this long-standing rule that if jurors regret their decision, too bad, so sad. You're going to have to live with it. It's not going to change anything in the outcome. You're saying that is not admissible evidence in court. Has no practical effect. That verdict is now final, and there is nothing else the jurors can do about it. Whether in appeal, whether in habeas, nothing they can do about it. Oh, I suppose they could maybe, advocate for him to be paroled in 20 years, and it might have some weight there, but, maybe not. My tainted innocence. I'm shocked. I never saw this coming. There was so much reasonable doubt, even without third-party culprit. What do you think the jurors were hung up on? Well, I think like some folks have said, the confessions, it's just hard for some people to get past somebody confessing. I think that's a big piece. I think the van, that's what I kept pointing out. If I was like being a real stickler for the details of the evidence, and what's the one thing I could get really stuck up on and say, he shouldn't have known that, and the defense didn't really explain to me why he did. It's that van in the confession. And I mean, they suggested to me that, yeah, the state retrofitted it. And people don't want to believe that. They don't want to believe that police would literally go out and fabricate something so that they can generate corroboration for their confession. I mean, it's very likely the same things that you see in the sort of general commentary out there. Why do people think he's guilty? Well, he confessed 60 times. He put himself on the bridge. I mean, I'd expect at the end of the day, that's similar reasoning to what they found. Brutally honest. Can defense ask that untested hairs get tested? Well, they can ask, but it's not likely that it will be done. They don't have any power over that. Now, so sometimes when you get into a habeas process, you can develop that. You can ask for more evidence like that to be developed, but not always. There are sometimes also in states processes, post-conviction processes for DNA testing to be done. You have to file a motion with the court. You have to show, it's likely that it would exonerate you. So I don't know if Indiana has a process like that. They tend to be pretty limited, pretty inaccessible, but they might. I mean, isn't it shocking? Like they said, well, we wanted to hold on to it in case, later testing becomes more, doesn't have to be consumptive testing. He's on trial now. And you're insisting he's the guy. That was a very wild explanation to me. Nordic Phoenix woke up with deep worry about the jurors' autonomy. Concerned Carroll County deputies providing jury security could have made jurors feel threatened by comments made to them by the deputies throughout. Anything like that, if there's anything like that, we would have to rely on the jurors to disclose that and to let us know that happened. That would be a violation of the bailiff's oath. That would be a big problem if it happened. And so I would not assume that anything like that happened. Not without some evidence. But if a juror came forward and said something like that happened, I'd certainly take it seriously. And I frankly would hope that the court would as well. Coda Chaos. I'm in such fear for Richard Allen's life once they take him to Gen Pop. I'm afraid he won't make it to his appeal. I am too. I think the best hope that he has is, the light that this has gotten now that it's gone to trial and so much more of the information is out there. But I do worry. Not even necessarily about the other offenders. I mean, I said before, I kind of suspect this might be a little bit overblown. It's just hard to say because this was such a high profile murder. I mean, we heard about the inmates yelling at him at Westville, kill yourself, baby killer, stuff like that. But that's before this information was out. He could have said he's innocent all day. People aren't necessarily going to believe that. But the reality is that there are people with all kinds of convictions, terrible convictions, the kinds of things that, you would think would put a target on you. They walk around in prison every day. It's really his profile, I think, that makes him most vulnerable. When you got somebody like a Jeffrey Dahmer, your time's limited because everybody knows who you are. With Rick, I think the hope is that he's high profile, but he's high profile in part because there are so many people with so much doubt about whether he did this. And there's been so much that's come to light about how, the system came down on him wrongfully. And, those are generally the types of things that inmates can appreciate and sympathize with. Because they feel like the system has come down hard on them too. They feel like it's been wrongful. We may not agree with that, but it's how they feel about it. And so it gives them something in common with them. But I do worry about his psychological well-being. And I worry about just the fame alone, the fame alone being the guy that, got to him. It's concerning. K-Dog 8173. So guy confesses, sister takes polygraph, passes, subpoena ordered, no show, no warrant, nothing to see here in Carroll County. I'll never volunteer info. Sorry, I'm not your fall guy. It's a shame. This is the takeaway. It is. It is. But you can just see from this investigation how some people got an awful lot of grace with their explanations, got them cleared, and Richard Allen did not. Elvis Field says, my phone wasn't at the hospital where I said I was for my alibi because they put blockers on the hospital, signal blockers for people's privacy. And the investigators went, oh, okay, cleared. Couldn't have been him. Does that make any sense? Of course it doesn't. And it makes even less sense when we see how they treated Richard Allen. We have a medical examiner who says, I can't place the time of death anywhere more specifically than between the time that they disappeared and the time that they were found the next day. And the state says, oh, Brad Holder's key fob into a gym at 4 p.m. means it was him and means therefore he couldn't have committed the murders because for 2 hours of the 22-hour period in which they could have been killed, he was at the gym. Whereas Richard Allen, they would distort what he said and put things in his mouth that he didn't say. Yeah, it's unfortunate that that's the takeaway. Joyce Furto with a super sticker. Thanks so much for that, Joyce. Lexi, considering 8th Amendment and extreme duress, why were confessions not fruit of the poisonous tree? Very confused, Britt. Thank you for all you did. Be safe. The fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine is specifically arising out of the 4th Amendment. And the 4th Amendment is the right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures. So there's no fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine for other types of constitutional violations. There might be other remedies for it, but not exclusion of tainted evidence. So if they violated his Eighth Amendment right, he's pretty much got a civil claim for it, and that's really it. I mean, he could have potentially, back when it was still ongoing, he could have potentially gone to the federal courts and gotten an injunction based on the Eighth Amendment violation, order him out of there. That didn't happen. I don't know if that was even considered. I don't know if these attorneys practice in federal court. I mean, there's a lot of, reasons why that may have gone the way it did. I think maybe they didn't realize how bad things were with Gull at that point in time. I mean, that safekeeping order made it pretty clear. You attorneys are lying, and he's getting treated better than other inmates at Westville. So, yeah, they're not fruit of the poisonous tree because they're not a product of a Fourth Amendment violation. Sarah S., I'm honored to have met you today on my birthday. Happy birthday, Sarah. I was very honored that you came to meet me on your birthday. As you said, walking to the bridge and down to the water moved me even more to factually innocent. It does change your perspective to go out there and see what it's like for yourself. I had this idea of it just being so remote that you would have to walk for miles and it would just be out in the middle of nowhere. And it's not like that at all. It's not like that at all. It's very close. A lot of people around, houses around. Very, very hard to believe that nobody would have heard anything. Wilco Girl, has a juror ever said they were inappropriately pressured after the verdict? If so, what happens? Yes, that has happened. I don't know if it's happened with law enforcement off the top of my head, but there have been cases with mob pressure. And so it needs to be investigated because, number one, that's a crime. Jury tampering is a federal crime. I mean, that's something that the feds can be involved in. But it also, it undermines the jury verdict. You can't necessarily, I mean, it's hard to characterize it as misconduct if you're being coerced, but you are because you're not following your oath. The oath is to not let outside considerations enter into the decision and to just base it on the evidence at trial. So if you're not doing that, even if we can understand why you're not following your oath, and that's jury misconduct. And so jury misconduct is a basis to vacate a verdict and order a new trial. So if anything like that came forward, it would absolutely be investigated. It would be brought up and it would be litigated. Delphi After Dark, thank you again for your dedication. Thank you, Rick. It's been really great meeting you. So many awesome people that I've met throughout this process. Kylie, I would be so angry and think I'm complicit, but I'd also be terrified how people would respond if I publicly shared that outrage. Remember to be kind in chat so they can come forward. Yeah, I know. I mean, there's no winning in that situation. There really isn't. And I'll just, again, reiterate, it's not their fault. I think, jurors are sincerely trying to do the best that they can with the information that they're provided. It's not their fault what they don't get to hear. I would feel very used if I were a juror on this case and I found out all this stuff after the fact. I would feel used. You used me to lock this guy up for the rest of his life. And you didn't give any consideration to my conscience and my needing to be able to live with myself, look myself in the eye, be proud of the process that I'd participated in. Let's be realish. Would you advise a client to fake apologize at sentencing for leniency or maintain innocence for a possible retrial? It always is going to depend on the circumstances. I'm never going to tell anyone to fake apologize because it's clear if it's fake. You know, if you got something to say at sentencing, it needs to be sincere. If you don't have a good, sincere thing to say at sentencing, then you should not speak at sentencing. But in this particular case where he's consistently maintained his innocence, and I think he's got a pretty good shot at a retrial, I'd be advising him, you have the right to allocute. I'd recommend that you don't. Anything you say can be used against you in a retrial. There's just there's no significant upside here. You know, it's not like she's going to decide, oh, I'll go concurrent instead of consecutive because you said something at sentencing. It's not going to happen. Tangerine Stella, you do need to check if the mail has to be on a plain white postcard or if paper is okay. Generally, no colored paper, no greeting cards. Yeah, good point. And so typically these policies, you can look them up. The jail, the Department of Corrections, they'll have it. They will often have like FAQs or just whatever, like a section that deals with sending inmate correspondence or just, mail policies, things like that. Always good to check that out and make sure you're not, not inadvertently violating the rules. Theory neutral, hoping you will drown out any negative noise attacks from mediocre creators and keep sharing. You are valued. Well, thank you. I just do what I do, and if people enjoy it, they will continue to come and watch it. And that's really all that matters. I'm not really concerned about what other people are doing or not doing. It's their business. It's none of my business. Mick Bartnick, what can an innocent person say at the sentencing hearing when asked for a comment? I can't, I think, imagine being innocent and having to listen to the victim impact statements for this case. The best thing is just to say nothing. It really is. There's nothing you can say that is going to help you. There's nothing you can say that doesn't have the potential to boomerang, to be interpreted the wrong way. The people who hate you are not going to suddenly, forgive you or like you or whatever because you said something at sentencing. It's better to just say nothing. Sentient Dreamer, I realize that we get the kind of justice system we are educated enough to expect. The ineptitude of law enforcement judge in the state's case is deep and wide. Yeah, and they got rewarded for it. All those lost interviews, all that misleading the jury to their faces, all the torturing of Richard Allen. They still got what they wanted. It's disheartening, isn't it? Truth Seeker, true justice was not today. Today was not the day. No, there will be more days in the future now. There will be more days coming. And so, might be a long wait, but we'll still be here waiting for that day. I'll do it when pigs fly. Thank you, Andrea. This makes me distrust everyone so much. I'm going to go look up the read technique in Texas and get myself familiar with it. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. There's a whole script, whole theory behind it. Oh, you'll get a lot of practitioners of the read technique telling you it's not, the problem isn't the technique. The problem is the people that don't use it correctly. And there are certainly people that use it correctly, but I will push back that the problem is not with the technique because the technique is guilt presumptive. And it's very easy to say, oh, well, that means you only use it in cases where you know somebody is guilty. Well, remember the epistemic humility we were just talking about? You think any of these cops had that? I mean, they made it clear on the stand that they don't. It's not even possible that somebody went to the south side of the bridge. Not even possible. So it's just it's suited to tunnel vision. I mean, I take issue with just the whole underlying premise of it anyway. The underlying premise of the Reed technique is that guilty people want to confess, guilty people feel guilty. I got to tell you, somebody who has met an awful lot of guilty people, that doesn't sound like a lot of the guilty people I've known. They're guilty people and they commit crimes because they don't feel guilty. That's the whole point. People who feel guilty, who have an internalized sense of shame, are less likely to commit crimes at all. So that's my view. But a lot of problems with the Reed technique, whether you want to look at it from a perspective of theory or just a perspective of it's always going to be fallible because it's humans who are fallible, who are executing it. Misty, thank you for all your hard work in this. Who is the creator? Nancy Disgrace is trying to say is you. True Crime Design, I think, is the one who made the videos that she's going off about. She doesn't like anybody arguing that there should have been some consideration of the family particularly when Kelsey's hair was found on Abby's hand, like that should be investigated. I don't know what all the police did or didn't do. You know, I'm not going to take any position on what they should have investigated or not because we got a tiny bit, tiny piece of the puzzle through this trial here. And I don't know what they did or didn't do. I don't know if they have reasons to look that direction or not. But I do understand that when you're talking about a grieving family, if you're going to go down that road, you should have pretty good reason. Just because the damage that you can do with an accusation like that is great. So you better be pretty sure. That's how I feel about it. Nikki Mick7 was Richard Allen's competency to assist in defense evaluated? Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. I don't believe that ever came up. It's hard for that to be an issue now if we can't show that, what the outcome would have been. That's the limitation of appeal. Okay, we didn't do it. Maybe should have, but don't know what the outcome would have been, so can't show that there's any problem. So you're back in habeas land with that kind of issue. Alex Jacobs, my wife is CDL working for an innocence org. I am just a normal guy. I don't know a lot about the case. We enjoy watching your stream. What would you tell the average Joe 1 to 2 sentences about why this outcome was wrong? Oh boy, now we're with the the elevator speech. And it's so hard to do that. The outcome is wrong because he didn't have the chance to present the proof that somebody else committed this crime and not him. I mean, to me, that's the biggest reason why. I don't agree with this verdict on the case that was presented, but I can't say I don't see how the jury could get there. It wouldn't be enough for me, but I can see how they can get there. I've been saying it. The van was a big problem. The van was a big problem. And the whole timing of all of that is just contributes, when they're not even, the state's not even following up with Brad Weber until 2 months before trial. You're just very limited in your ability to dig into that. Time is so short. Should they have waived speedy trial at that point and gotten more time? I just don't know. Now it is kind of Monday morning quarterbacking. You do have to make strategic decisions along the way about what you think matters the most, what your priorities are, where you have to, put most of your attention. Hindsight is brutal. Hindsight is brutal. So that's really my main problem with it. One, the way that they treated an innocent man, a legally innocent man, solitary confinement for 13 months. It's un-American. Shouldn't happen. Shouldn't be allowed to use those confessions. I agree with that as a matter of justice, even if that's not, what the law says. And then it's not a fair process because he wasn't allowed to defend himself. It wasn't a fair fight. I mean, this is more than going into a fight with your hand tied behind your back. This is like hogtied and gagged going into trial. Tear talk from prison to true crime. If you believe it is innocence and you believe that the system not failed but lied, would you trust Richard Allen with your children? Would you trust it with your loved ones? I don't have children. Yes, I would. I mean, be around Richard Allen. I wouldn't be concerned about that. I would happily go shake the man's hand. I don't think he did the crime. Chelsea, how can we support the defense? They must be devastated. They work so hard in an impossible situation. Yeah, they are the ones that kind of fall by the wayside. Who comforts the comforters is a comment I made on Twitter not long ago. Yeah, they are. They are. So if you are writing the letters and giving people your acknowledgments, consider including them in that as well, because it will mean a lot to them just to know that that they have support also. Ellie B from Tennessee, do you think he should have testified? I don't know if he was capable. I really don't. It's such a difficult decision to make that's got so many considerations in it. I just don't know that he's the same man who was in that interrogation video before all of this happened. That man? Yeah, I'd put that guy on the stand any day of the week. Any day of the week. But I don't know that the Richard Allen that was in court today, I don't know that he's the same guy. And so you just run the risk that people are going to be judging you on, how you look, how you react. Are you making expressions they don't like? Did you get snippy when they feel like you shouldn't? I mean, it's a high risk situation. So I just don't know. I don't know about that. It's one of those things that I hope they don't beat themselves up about it. You can't do it over. You gotta have faith in the decisions that you made, the reasons for the decisions that you made, that those reasons are still the same. They haven't changed. So Code of Chaos. I could only imagine what is going through Richard Allen's head tonight with the verdict that was given to him. He's going to be worried about his family. That's what's going to be going through his head. I mean, I don't know the man, but I have to imagine he's considered the possibility that this could happen. And he's seen how this has unfolded. He knew when he walked into that police department and they started asking him about searching his house and his phone and his car, that they were trying to make him the fall guy. It's crossed his mind. He could end up the fall guy. So I don't know that he's likely going to be in a situation where, like he's shocked He never saw this coming. I bet it's crossed his mind. But I think he's worried about his family because I think he's worried about them having hope. They had hoped, and now that hope was shattered. And he's going to feel that very deeply. Bridget Wainwright, on Reddit, I saw a thread. What if Richard Allen was there Sunday, not Monday? Richard Allen not in the geofence. Was Kathy working that day? Is denying money reversible error? That's an interesting idea. Interesting one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's any way that they could potentially substantiate that or not. You would think that, again, you would just think they could get Google data. Even if they don't have his actual phone, you know, the location data from Google, from all the different apps on his phone. You would just think that they would be able to get something, but apparently they never did. And we know that the defense didn't have the resources to go down so many of these roads. We know. I looked it back up last night because somebody was asking about it, about the ballistics in particular. It's right there in the motion for parity. Same thing with the cell forensics. It's right there in the motion for parity. They advanced a certain amount of money to these guys to be able to get work from them. And the judge reimbursed them for that and said, no more. Don't think it's necessary. It's not a reasonable expenditure. So all of those avenues, they never had the opportunity to explore that. That's justice in America. The state gets to bring all of the weight of its funding and the defense. No, it's not reasonable. Not reasonable to try to defend yourself. Denying the money is not likely to be reversible error on appeal because we don't know what the experts would have said if they had the money. They haven't been able to do the work. But this is the type of thing that if they can raise money and they can get the experts to do the work after the fact, that can support habeas. They can use that in a habeas process. Here's what these experts would have testified to had they been funded properly by the court in the first place. And here's how it would have assisted his defense. Here's what it would have shown. It's unfortunate to have to do it in that context, but the judge didn't really give him a lot of choice. Jennifer Ferguson, thank you for all you have done to bring transparency to this crazy case. I know this has not been easy for you, but it is more, I think you mean appreciated, than you will ever know. Well, thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate the nights that you slept out in the cold for me so that I could get into that courtroom. I'm extremely grateful. This was absolutely a group effort, so I appreciate you just as much. Micheline McWilliams, I hope I'm saying that right. Thank Andrea for your excellent coverage and support of Richard Allen. I would like to make you an honorary Hoosier even after the horrible justice done today. Well, thank you. I am not holding it against Hoosiers because Hoosiers are who made this happen. You know, it's you guys who came and sat for me. It's you guys who organized it. It's you guys who came and, offered to bring me food and drinks and to help out any way that you could. Hoosiers have been fantastic to me throughout this process. And so many Hoosiers that have come up to me on the street, in my chats and my comments, all over, and telling me, how much this case has meant to them. And how much this coverage mattered because they weren't going to get anything otherwise. They weren't going to get eyes on the court process. They were going to be kept in the dark. So I am very grateful for the interest in justice that the Hoosiers I have come to know have shown. Cheryl Johnson, a juror came forward weeks ago from 2003 case of death row inmate Robert Robertson. The juror said she would have voted innocent due to unheard evidence. Yeah, that's it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that that's how it goes. And I can understand a juror, especially in a situation like that with a death penalty case, wanting to do what you can to try to see that the right outcome is reached. And they come out of this having faith that they've reached the right outcome because they've been given what they need to make the right decision. And so if they learn that that's not the case, yeah, that might be pretty devastating. Ashley Nudo, Andrea, it appears the higher powers in the state of Indiana did not want the exculpatory evidence that's been delivered over and over again. I chose Josh Levy. Yeah, can we get Josh Levy over here in Indiana? No, they clearly didn't. They clearly didn't. When it was in their power to do the investigation, to verify their theory, and to test it and to steelman it, they chose not to. They chose not to test the hair. They chose not to ask for the in-court identification. And then when Richard Allen had it, they kicked and fought to keep it out, and they won. It just should really say everything about the system and the extent to which the system is interested in justice, in getting it right, versus the system being interested in vengeance. LB, can Gull gag jurors from speaking out if they do research and feel an injustice happened and they would have voted differently if they knew facts? She cannot. They have their own First Amendment rights to be able to speak their mind. The case is over. They are not going to prejudice the outcome of a proceeding by speaking. They are entitled to do that. Erica Rose, thank you, Andrea, for fighting for true justice. Love your Fort Wayne friends. This isn't over. It's not. It's not. Jin Lee 143, still amazed a defendant has to ask to use a third-party defense. That should be a given, in my opinion. So very disappointed. Yeah, I mean, I do. I understand some of what they're getting at. I really do. But it's just that the bar should not be very high. It shouldn't be very high. Like, I understand, yeah, if you go and you point the finger at somebody in a public trial and then the press gets a hold of it, defendant accuses so-and-so of, committing the crime, that's damaging to that person. So there needs to be some bar for that, but it shouldn't be much. And it definitely shouldn't be more. It shouldn't be higher than the bar on the state to admit evidence against you. That's not an even playing field. Anna Schott, I'm not a very proud Hoosier today. I want you to know that you have really helped remind me to tap into my empathy every day. I will be looking into helping the Indiana Innocence Project. Thank you so much for everything. Well, thank you for that. And that's the best thing that we can do with stuff like this. It's a gut shot. No way around it. When you see something that you feel is an injustice, it's a gut shot. And you need to feel it and you need to process it. But the most productive thing, the most helpful thing, the most healing thing you can really do with that is when you're ready, let it motivate you to make a difference and to try to make it better. Starlight Synchronicity. I'm not a writer or a legal person. I don't know what to write to the governor, etc. Do you know where I'd get ideas? Thanks for everything, Andrea. Maybe at some point someone will come up with like a form, a form letter that people can copy and sign. The main gist that I would give you is to just tell them what happened here that bothers you and that it shouldn't be allowed to happen again. It shouldn't be allowed to happen again. Nobody should be treated like this without having been convicted of a crime. Judges who won't create an even playing field There should be ways to handle that. There should be ways to keep them from being able to inflict damage like this on people. Whatever it is about the case that bothered you, just tell them what it was. And that it shouldn't be allowed to happen again. That they have a responsibility to their public, to those of you who are relying on this system for justice in your community. How can you rely on justice when things like this are happening? It's on them to restore the integrity of the system. So tell them what went wrong, why it bothered you, and that it shouldn't happen again. Kari Mache, no justice, no peace. Well, I'm not going to advocate for violence in the streets or anything like that. But don't forget, and don't go quiet. Keep bringing it up. Gen X Girl Lawyer, thank you, Andrea, for your great coverage. Well, thank you for being here with us. AK Robbie, how are you holding up? How much does this help your resolve to find a way to stop these injustices from happening? I'm holding up okay. It's disappointing, but like I said, I'm kind of, I'm a defense lawyer. I'm sort of numb to it. It's probably not a healthy way of processing it, but it's what's gotten me through almost 20 years of doing this work. You kind of do. You just kind of get numb to it. I think it's helped my resolve to keep shining a light on this stuff because it's made a difference. All of you guys have seen it now. This has been visible on a much bigger scale than if we weren't here in the courtroom sharing what happened. So it's absolutely made a difference. It's made a big difference. And my sphere of influence over a case and an outcome like this, is very limited because I'm just on the sidelines. I'm not one of the lawyers. I'm not on the jury. I can only do what I can do, but I can shine a light. I can definitely shine a light. And this has really been very validating in terms of how important it is to do that and what a real and significant effect that can have. Summertime, do you think we, the public, will ever see the transcripts, etc.? We should. We should. They'll be prepared. They'll be public record. Yeah, we get to monitor the appellate courts just like we get to monitor the trial courts. So the bases for their decision, yeah, we should get to see those. It's been a real honor to watch you each night and learn from you. My heart is sad tonight, but tomorrow it's time to get to work. Yeah. Everybody take all the time you need. If tomorrow is too soon, that's okay. That's okay. Nettie, has Richard Allen ever said that he didn't actually mean to confess? Well, he hasn't said anything other than what's been, recorded. He hasn't said anything other than what's been recorded. And that's because, they had to make the choice of do you testify or do you not? They decided he doesn't. That has benefits, but it also has downsides because he doesn't get to explain. He doesn't get to say, this isn't real. I was out of my mind. He doesn't get to say it. Crazy Daisy 02, one of these large streaming platforms needs to make a documentary. Most people don't know anything about this trial. Yeah and no. I've got my own cynicism about the streaming platforms and their commitment to telling the real story, as opposed to just the narrative, whatever the narrative is that they think people will want to watch. People don't like to feel bad, and this is very much a feel bad case. It's very much a feel bad case. So it's kind of a hard sell. Tony Elia, if the jury found him guilty solely based on his admission, why bother having a trial? We just saw there's no defense against an admission. In my opinion, no other evidence will convince a jury. I don't know. I just think it would have been a much easier, sell that the confessions are not to be believed if they could have used some of the material evidence that like he wasn't there, that other people were. I mean, 3 people very, very close to that crime scene. When, by the state's theory, the girls should have been there. So were they? We didn't even get to find out who these people were. What were their explanations? None of that got vetted in court. So if that gets to be vetted in court, I think it makes it a much easier sell. There's a lot of reason to think that the confessions are a problem. It's just if you don't have another explanation, even though it's not the jury's job to solve the crime, it's not their job. But they naturally want to. And so if this is the only option that they have, it's really hard not to rely on that. Truth Seeker, this fight just began and it's not over by a long shot, and we will not give up. Ban goal and allow third party and geofencing. We love you, Rick and Kathy. Truth Seeker, you are a fighter, and I have no doubt you are going to continue to be in the arena as long as this takes. My Tainted Innocence, how did the defense lawyers react to the verdict? They didn't give a visible reaction. They're in court. Of course, their backs are to us, so I couldn't see, if they made expressions or anything like that. I can tell you at the end of the court, when we were waiting to leave the courtroom, for the first time, the bailiffs kind of took everybody out like in order. They like told us what order we should go out in. So like Kathy and her family and the defense left first, then the victims' families, then the press, the media, which incidentally, those line cutters that came in with the public, as soon as they called the media, then suddenly they were media again as far as time to leave. And then the public, we were last to be excused. But so there was a period where Kathy and the defense, they were waiting to leave because they keep us in the courtroom while the jury is being moved, while Rick is being moved. And so their heads were hung. I mean, it hit them. You can tell. Of course it did. They had hope and it got shattered. So that's really all I saw as far as a reaction. It was just that after the fact, heads hung. Gustavo Vera, what do you think about the public writing Judge Gull? Also, what are the chances something nefarious has taken place during jury deliberations? Honestly, I think the chances are low. I don't think that's a high likelihood. It's not that stuff like that never happens, but it's a very high risk thing to do. You're gambling that 15 people are in that jury deliberation room and nobody's gonna out it. It's very high risk. So I think it's low likelihood. As far as the public writing Judge Gull, I wouldn't encourage that. One, it's not really proper anyway. She's not supposed to base her decisions off of public opinion. She's supposed to base her decisions off of the law and the facts. Now, we've seen for ourselves, she doesn't seem to be very good at doing that. At least that's certainly my read of the situation. But it's not going to change anything, and she's not going to read them anyway. If anything, it runs the risk of just entrenching her even further in this position that she's right and everybody else is wrong. I mean, it kind of seems like that's sort of what you get. You get retaliation. You get retaliation, you get punishment. We complain about the defense seats being taken away. All right, she takes away the public seats. The defense complains about the safekeeping order. Okay, she calls them liars. So I wouldn't recommend that. I don't think it's appropriate. I don't think it's likely to get anywhere anyway. Again, talk to the legislature, talk to the governor. Those are the people that have influence in these situations. PSR, thank you, Andrea, for your dedication and attention to this case. We will all continue to follow this case and hope you do too. Prayers from Oklahoma. Yes, I certainly will. I certainly will. Nick Starrow, the YSL trial will be over before Christmas. Then I can finally take the time this case deserves. I am not done either. Yeah. YSL has been a big time consumer. I definitely know that. But this case is a problem. We can trade. I'll fill you in on this. You can fill me in on Zachariah Anderson. Is that a deal? NC, I need a timeout from watching trials after this. I don't think my mental health can take it. Can happen. Anyone, I don't have faith in our justice system. It's pretty devastating when you see something like this happen. Take the time you need. Be kind to yourself. Yeah, it's hard. Kara, can the FBI investigate, re-enter the case at this point? Not without independent jurisdiction to investigate the crime. And at this point, the crime, for state purposes is considered solved. So they would need a federal basis for murder. And I don't see that one exists. They can investigate the investigators if they have reason to think that there's, some type of corruption or deception or just official wrongdoing going on. We probably wouldn't know if that was happening unless, something happened. TMMPLN, I was always confused with this law system in USA when there is a game on, a jury, emotions, in fact, not a professional judge with a law knowledge. Yeah, this is a common kind of conversation about having the lay jurors. And is this a good idea? Is this a good system? Would it be better to have professional jurors or to have judges, with special education that decide these things for us? I really go back and forth on this because on the one hand, I see the downsides of the jury system, but I don't like the idea of having an elite class of people deciding who's guilty and who's innocent, because that's where tyranny roots. The jury system is really our last defense against that. It doesn't always work. It doesn't always operate the way that it should. But when it does, it's really important. And I just don't know that there's any other avenue to have that check on the system besides just having everyday people like you and me and everyone else who gets summoned, having the power to make those decisions about justice on the ground, how it affects real people's lives. Mary Frere, do you think anyone sitting on the Indiana Supreme Court is watching coverage like yours? Is that a violation for the Supreme Court to watch coverage? Excuse typos. No, it's not. It's not necessarily a violation to watch coverage. It's kind of probably better if they don't get too exposed to stuff, just because of the possibility that the case is going to end up in their court. It doesn't mean that they're prohibited from knowing about it, but it is better for them to stay impartial. They certainly can't say anything about it. I don't know. I mean, I would suspect if anything, what they would be focused on is just maybe not so much the outcome and the details of what's happened in the trial, because they will see that through the appeal and it'll be a better source. The transcript is going to be a better source than my notes. But I would imagine that they've been paying attention to the public reaction, especially given the decision not to televise, not to allow it to be public. I would expect they've been watching this very closely and seeing how it unfolds and using it as a learning experience. Is this how we want things done? Are the rules working the correct way? I would imagine that's the kind of thing that they're paying attention to. Hazelnut, honestly, at any point during your stay in Delphi, have you felt scared or unsafe? Thank you for your bravery and hard work, Andrea. Well, pretty much the only time was that night when I was on the stream when some random dude is up there knocking on my window. I don't think it was anything weird. I think it was just there was a car broken down, looked like it was broken down across the street. Guy's probably trying to get help with his car, but no, I'm not opening my door to some random dude in the middle of my stream at late at night. Kind of actually felt better having the cameras on. Probably somebody's not going to do something in front of however many of you are watching on that particular occasion, although you never know. But otherwise, no, I really haven't. I'm taking precautions about things. Like yesterday, I went out for a nice hike in France Park over in Logansport. It's beautiful, beautiful area, but I knew it was going to be a little bit remote, and so I made sure my husband knew where I was when I expected to be out. That I would call when I got home. So if anything happened, I didn't get back to him. He'd be able to raise the alarm. And I'm pretty good with my situational awareness. I'll check. I don't mind looking around, making sure nobody's following me or whatever. So no, I really haven't felt unsafe. But it's just not a very good gauge of whether you are in fact, safe or not. So that's kind of the whole point. If you saw it coming, if you knew it was coming, you probably would have prevented it from happening, So it's the fact you don't see it coming that makes it unsafe. Molly, hey, Andrea, amazing job. Appreciate you so much. Are there jurors allowed to speak on the case and do interviews, or is there a gag order? Love you. They should be allowed to speak on the case. They are once relieved from their service, as they have been, they're released from their oath. So they are no longer prohibited from discussing the case with anybody. They can't be compelled to. They can't be required to talk about it, but they can voluntarily say whatever they want. Laura K., thank you for your time, blood, sweat, and tears to bring us daily reports. You've been nothing short of amazing. I love the daily report on Richard Allen's attire to help lighten the mood. I think it's probably Brad Rosie's. I did notice Richard Allen's shirts for a while, but he maintained a pretty consistent style of dress. He would have his khaki pants and then just, plain, simple button-down shirt, no tie, different patterns on the shirt. But yeah, Mr. Rosie's style was just a little fun thing to watch. Will Judge Gold preside over the appeals case? No, the appeal is to review her. So it goes over her head. It goes to the Court of Appeals. There's a panel of 3 judges on the Court of Appeals that decides the case. So a majority will decide, whether he's entitled to a new trial or not. But it is out of her hands after sentencing. Olivier Messiaen, on a retrial, would the appeal court rulings place limitations on Gold's rulings? If they find certain of her rulings in error, what would prevent her from approaching the case in the same way again? So yes, it does constrain her rulings. If they say, for example, it was error to exclude the third-party culprit evidence and it should have been allowed, then she would be in trouble if it goes back down and she ignores that. The reality is that what often happens is it's not that explicit and it's not that clear. Because her ruling was so broad, That's really a big part of the problem, is that some of this, it needed more nuance. Maybe some of these individuals, there's reason, but others not. The defense is arguing there's a total scheme here. If the Court of Appeals doesn't buy, okay, all of these people have this connection, and that's what ties it to the Odinism and the confession and so forth, then it could be a decision where they say, well, the total exclusion was an error, but there needs to be an individual reconsideration. And then all you can really hope is that their opinion, the way that they reason through that, the judge pays attention to that, because she's going to know we can do this all over again. If you ignore the Court of Appeals and just persist in doing what you're like headstrong, bound, and determined to do, then we could just end up right back in the same place. And that's not good for anybody. It's not good for the community. It's not good for Richard Allen. It's not good for the victims. It's not good for you. And ultimately, I tend to think it's her self-interest that's really going to drive her decision-making. So if the Court of Appeals makes it clear that they expect her to do something, I think she'll do it. Because the alternative is the potential for a much more embarrassing type of smackdown. The kind of admonishment that she thought she was going to give to this defense team when she did the ambush. And that she's managed to kind of sneak in around the edges anyway, with like her rulings about how they lied about the conditions in DOC and how, their work was sloppy and negligent, even if they weren't actually in contempt. Court of Appeals tends to not be real pleased with judges defying them. So that's really the main thing that would keep her in line. Wanderlusting, thank you for all you've done. I'm born, raised here. I'm in Edmonds, Washington. Love your channel. Oh, it's a small world. That's so funny. Well, thanks for being here with us. I really appreciate it. Jackie Rice, will the evidence be made available to retest now that he has been convicted? I feel like there are so many stones that have been left unturned in this case. No, if anything, it's harder to do now that we're out of discovery, now that the case is over. They lose the investigative tools. They can no longer compel things. They can no longer subpoena things. They lose those options. So it's basically at this point, just if the state wants to do it, and the state's not going to have any interest in unsettling what's been settled, as far as they're concerned. I agree. A lot of stones left unturned, and they're going to stay that way. Kimberly G., like others, I appreciate your tireless efforts and commitment to this trial and your community. We are fortunate to have you. Well, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate so many of the kind words and the support. It really has meant a lot. It's given a whole meaning to this project, that it's not just, we're here for entertainment or whatever. Like, no, I consider myself a little more on the educational side, a little more on the news side, a little less on the entertainment side. But it's just, it has been important here in getting that feedback about how much it's meant to people to have that view into the courtroom. It's been very validating. So thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. Atreyu Dawson, I offered this to Bob. I am a forensic architect. With a picture, I can understand the height if I know the width of the bridge. Can I send my findings? If so, how? Yes, I encourage you to do that. Find me on Instagram. I'm Burkhart Law on Instagram. And you can send me a message request. I don't want to put my email and everything just out there. But send me a message request. I guess I'll send you I'll give you my public email. It's just Andrea@AndreaBurkhart.com. You can send me an email there. Or send me a message request on Instagram and we'll connect. That would be a good piece of information to have for sure. I'll do it when pigs fly. If the defense can't investigate, can the people like us pool some cash and hire a PI? I think fundraising is possible, to potentially follow up on some things. I think that the cell forensics is a really good example. Stuff that they already have. They already have the extraction. They were just limited in what they were able to do with it. Some things I would have liked to have seen. I really want this enhancement scrutinized. I'm not taking the state's word that this is just lightening and brightening and making things easier. No, that's something that should have been evaluated, but they don't have the resources to do it. So again, go to that link in the description, the rickallenjustice.com. Get your email in there, sign up, get the notifications. If there are opportunities for things like this to happen, that's where we will find out about them. Charmaine, hey, would you know where I can get a list of exhibits? We got a response from the court on our application, but need to be more specific in our request. Thanks for all you do. There should be an exhibit list published in the court at some point in time, like a document. The clerk typically keeps an exhibit list that gets filed. It's just that we don't know how long it will take for them to get that entered into the CMS. If there are specific things that you're looking for, reach out to me because I did do my best to keep track of most of that in my notes. So I can hopefully dig through and find like what the exhibit number is, what the description is generally, and hopefully that would help you narrow it down. So once again, if there's anything like that, send me a DM on Instagram, a message request, or send me an email at andrea@andreaburkhart.com. ACSW, do we really believe this court didn't impose her will on the jury? I mean, maybe I'm naive. I just don't think they needed to. The deck was so stacked already. I'm just not sure they needed to. Amy, thank you so much, Andrea, for being our eyes and ears. I appreciate you beyond measure. And thank you to all of those behind the scenes that guaranteed Andrea's presence in the courtroom. Yes. So grateful for the line sitters, everybody else who stepped up and helped out. I am now going to work on making some plans. I have been talking about, I want to spoil my line sitters the way that they spoiled me. I want to take everybody out to like a nice dinner, really like a nice, when I say a nice dinner, I mean like a filet mignon and lobster kind of dinner. I do. I want to be able to give some of that back. So we've got a result now. And unfortunately, it's not one to celebrate as far as I'm concerned. But the line sitters, I will absolutely celebrate the line sitters every day of the week. So I'm going to be trying to put something together, getting together with Mendy to try to get that arranged and coordinated. And hopefully we can make something like that happen because I am so grateful for everybody that helped make this happen. Monica B., one of the upsetting things about this case is that the judge and law enforcement will be praised for a job well done by Attorney General Rokita. Ugh. You can send him letters too. You can send him letters too, but it's true. Prosecutors side with prosecutors. It's totally predictable. My tainted innocence. Why would Judge Gold consistently make bad rulings when she knows the appellate court will likely overturn her decisions? Is she incompetent or corrupt? Well, I think she thinks there's a chance they won't because so much of this, so much of what happens in the trial court, there is deference to her and her decisions. So I think she thinks that there's a chance that they won't. But even if they did, I keep saying it and I'll say it again. The process is the punishment. The process is the punishment. It's already been 2 years. It's likely to be another 2 more to get through an appeal process. It could take a whole nother one after that to get back to trial. 5 years of this man's life and the impact to his family. The process is the punishment. So they got their pound of flesh, even if they do get reversed. They got their pound of flesh. Nordic Phoenix, I thought it was illegal to use an enhanced video or audio recording during a legal trial. In this day of AI and deep fake videos, audios, it enrages me that Goal allowed enhanced video in trial. I don't like it either. I don't like it at all. I mean, I'm not convinced that it's reliable at all. I'm not convinced it's trustworthy at all. I'm not convinced it's not misleading at all. Maybe I'll do some like national digging on this research. Enhanced video. The admissibility. Guys, I still do have my long list of stuff for the epilogue. So I am still going to be doing that. If you're interested in some of these side stories, I've been reading a lot of stuff, reading some of these lawsuits, reading a lot of different things. Yeah, a lot of tentacles to this case. Buru berries. If people want to die on the hill of Richard Allen's confessions, why are they willing to dismiss Elvis Field's confession? He had details before bodies were even found, i.e. Abby's name, putting sticks as horns, spit on body, alibi about hospital, shutting down cell coverage. I know. I don't understand why we would be drawing these distinctions between them. I hear people saying, well, but he got cleared. Why did he get cleared? I mean, we can use our critical thinking skills here. Why did he get cleared? He gave a really bad cover story. After previously, didn't Rod Abrams already lie about his alibi? I mean, there's consciousness of guilt about this all over the place, on top of the confessions. So I don't know why we're not treating these on equal footing, unless it's just because we don't want to, because it serves our preconceptions to not put them on equal footing. Jeremy Steffen, do you expect to see more pretrial detainees in prison and or solitary confinement now that Indiana has gotten away with it? I certainly hope not. I really don't think so. I think the blowback on that has been pretty harsh. It's just one of the easy, low-hanging fruit criticisms of this case and this process. It doesn't make them look good at all. If there is a lawsuit, which there should be, then, they're going to be aware of potential liability as well. And frankly, that's really what's going to get most people's attention in government, the people in the position to make these types of decisions. Liability is what gets their attention. They just care about the bottom line. So if they know they're going to get sued, then it's not so much Indiana getting away with it. There's at least some consequence there. Julie Melvin, we must act. We must demand greater accountability and standards of those who protect us. We must get involved with local legislators and attend and speak out. Introduce bills for strict guidelines of those who come to protect. Yeah, now is the time. Now is the time. Before they just forget, before it all fades away, before they forget, make your voice heard. This isn't acceptable. And keep speaking out. Don't let them forget. Shiraz, is there a group effort underway to fund the purchase of transcripts and sidebars yet? Not just for appeal, but to share with the public. I don't know. I haven't seen anything like that. I will keep my eyes open though. I do know that once the transcripts are ordered for the appeal, then it's a lot cheaper to get a second copy. So I expect there will be something underway. If I find it, I'll probably share it on Twitter. I can maybe share it on my community post here too, if I see something like that. Cyan Beecham, would you like me, Judge Gull, making decisions regarding your life? Hugs to Andrea and the Grizzlies. Yeah. I don't think it's, the shoe's not on the other foot with her. The reality is she's got that position on the bench and we don't. So kind of scary. Kimberly Gill, it is too bad you can jump on board with Baldwin and Rosie to fight this case with them. Well, it's, you can have too many cooks in the kitchen. Like that is definitely a thing. It's not my place to push in, and there's no guarantee I would have done anything better or different, I don't want to suggest in any way like, oh, I could have done this better or anything like that. Like these guys have been worked to the bone. They have dealt with hardship like I've never had to deal with in a case like this. The personal attacks, the not even being able to get paid, like literally having their livelihood jeopardized because of their work on this case. What they've had to go through is just unbelievable, and really it's a whole other part of how unacceptable this case is. Just had their hands tied at every turn. So I'll always be here as a resource anytime they need it, if they want it. Anybody on appeal, they need it, they want it, I'm here, but I'm not going to inject myself. It's not my place. Kitty Carey, the jury was missing the critical piece that makes this all make sense, the Odinists. They would never get the solitary and Dr. Walla without them knowing the state needed a fall guy. Even then, folks can't imagine that. Yeah, I mean, if it's such a ridiculous theory, I just don't see why you don't go ahead and let them put it up then. Let them shoot themselves in the foot. The lady doth protest too much, as far as the Odinists are concerned. Sarcasm FF, will you be able to be part of the appeal and become party of the defense? If I'm invited to do so, it would be my honor to do that. But I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to inject myself in that. I don't want to second guess the people who have done very hard work here under very challenging circumstances. So I am willing to be a resource, but I'm not inclined to like push my way in or anything like that. Shar Redman, hi, Andrea. No question here, but I wanted to just show my appreciation of your time spent to bring us this case, that injustice I feel Gull allowed. Thank you for that. It's just good for everyone here to know that we're not alone. We think that that this was an injustice, and we're not alone. And it is comforting to know, hey, it's not just me. I'm not crazy out here. Other people see what I see. So thank you for sharing that. Micheline McWilliams, thank you for everything you did to get the word out on the horrible injustice done to Richard Allen. Judge should have been removed. I would like to make you an honorary Hoosier for your sacrifices. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, it's unfortunate that they weren't successful at that effort to get her disqualified, back when they had the chance. But it's always a very low probability request to the Supreme Court. They don't want to do that. It's too much of a rebuke to the judge. And they got a lot of law there saying, nope, you can't just rely on her rulings to say that she's biased. Doesn't make any sense to me at all, as a matter of principle. If somebody is consistently making bad rulings against you and applying inconsistent standards, seems to me that's like the nature of bias. Where else are you going to look for it? But those are the rules. Lisa Loney, positive note, we have shown the light. Indeed we have. Indeed we have. There are more eyes on this case now than there were before trial. Jenny Cakes, complaints on for line jumper at Caitlin Reports at WRTV. Line jumping's not cool. Jennifer Payton, do you think Gold will ever release the recordings of the trial like she is supposed to? You did amazing, but the public needs to hear the trial for themselves. I hope so. I know it's sitting on someone's desk at the Supreme Court for whoever knows how long. I mean, I just talked about how the appeal process could be a couple of years. That's the pace. That's the pace in these courts. Things don't happen quickly. But I do hope that they do. I do hope that they do. And if they order it and she doesn't comply, I'm not going to be shy about pushing the issue. Cookie Harris, grief is love and passion's souvenir, a receipt showing the love and passion we paint in the world. Though grief lives today, thank you for truth unveiled, and where our love and passion continues until justice is the masterpiece. Thank you, Cookie. That's beautiful. It reminds me of what the Queen said, that grief is the price that we pay for love. And it is. You grieve when you care. If you didn't care, you wouldn't hurt. It's because we care that this hurts. It matters. And that's not a bad thing. Blaze, on appeal, is there a chance the verdict is thrown out with prejudice, no retrial? The only chance, the only time typically that verdicts, that cases get thrown out with no possibility of a retrial is if there is insufficient evidence to support the conviction. And that standard's not going to be met in this case because the standard is very low. They draw all of the inferences in favor of the state. They assume that basically every position that the state took, the jury follows. And if you did, then can you find sufficient evidence? The standard's met here because the jury can believe the confessions are true. The jury can believe that the bridge guy was him. The description was him. They can believe that he was there within the timeline. They can believe the bullet matched. They can believe the van. So it's going to clear that hurdle for insufficient evidence. Based on that, there's really almost no pathway for a reversal that would be without the possibility of a retrial. Nick Starrow, the tarot is ironical since it has nothing to do with Aesir faith, but the local Odinists use it. And tarot is as credible as the tool mark analyst. I liked, it was Douglas Adams, the guy who wrote Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It was one of the later books in that. I think it was The Mostly Harmless, like the final book in the series. He had a comment in it that I actually really enjoyed. And it was that you have all of these tools, things like tarot, like astrology, like all these systems that are not, science-based at all. They're not evidence-based, but yet people use them and rely on them and find meaning in them. And his description was, the universe is a big mystery. And it's kind of like if you have a pad of paper and, you write something on that top page, the bottom page, you go to the next one and you can't see anything on it because the ink hasn't gone through the page. But if you sprinkle a little sand on the paper, then you'll see the indentation. You'll see the marking from the pen, and it will bring it to the surface for you. That's how I think of things like tarot and astrology and stuff like that. It's not that they're like independently validating conditions of the world. It's that they're tools to help us think and to help us process and to use our intellect to just explore our ideas. It's a symbolic system. And so it's just really a tool to help our minds look for patterns and look for things that aren't obvious on the surface. So I don't completely dismiss them or anything like that. While I certainly agree, yes, they're not evidence-based, about as much as the tool mark analyst. It doesn't mean I don't think that they have some usefulness to people. But yeah, the whole Odinist stuff as a whole, I mean, my impression of it is it's largely cosplay. Like this is not like a sincere thing that's like being followed from some Orthodox Norse text, or anything like that. It's cosplay. And so I'm sure you can pick and choose in a system like that, what you want to follow, what you want to incorporate, and what you don't. 12 Feet travels. Thinking about the defense team tonight, too. They gave so much to the case, and I hope they're giving themselves grace. I do. I hope they have support. I hope they're being kind to themselves, because I know what it feels like after something like this. It's so hard not to beat yourself up. It's so hard not to second guess your choices. It's so hard not to feel guilt because of the responsibility you feel to your client, and you feel that you let them down even when you did the best you could. It's normal. Everybody does that. Everybody does it. Even when you didn't do anything wrong, and you know you didn't do anything wrong, you still wonder, what could I have done something different? So I really hope that they have support and comfort with them as well. Sentient Dreamer, if a juror holds that both sides are being honest, equal, then I can see how they were led astray by the state and the judge. Both sides weren't equal, though. I didn't see them as equal. I didn't feel that they presented themselves as equal. But yeah, if they did, I mean, I can see how, like, from some of the questions they asked, they maybe were questioning whether the defense was playing the same shady, hide the ball games that I thought it was pretty clear that the state was playing, and that they got called out on multiple times, most eloquently by Max, blaming us for not showing the videos. You're the one that objected. You could show them yourself, but you're not doing that, are you? But because they didn't have that explanation for why the firearms analyst didn't do more, why the forensic analyst can't do more, why are they so limited with the testing that they're, the analysis that they're being asked to do? Seems pretty likely to me the answer is funding, because we already know funding's been a problem. For these specific experts, even, we know it's been a problem. It does. It makes it look like they're on the same level, and it's so unfortunate, because I didn't see it that way at all. But that's because I knew some things the jury didn't. Brandon McRoby, the Indiana Supreme Court stated during their hearing of the writ of mandamus that Judge Gohl had already made plain error, and expressed their concerns that this has already been enough for appeal. I should go back and listen to that hearing. Because I think they were talking about the denial of the right to counsel. That's kind of my recollection. That the deprivation of the right to counsel could be a structural error, like a fundamental defect in the trial process. And so the question is, is the writ even going to cure that? But I'll be interested. I should go back and listen to that again, and see if I take anything different away from it this time. It's been, a long time since I heard that. Jessica Gilman, what if a juror comes forward and says they were pressured or felt threatened? It depends on the context. So feeling pressured by other jurors, even feeling threatened by other jurors, it's not necessarily a problem. You can't inflict physical violence on another juror to get them to change their vote, and that's pretty much where the standard is. It's normal and expected that the jurors are going to pressure each other. Now, if they got pressure from the outside, that's something real different, because that's raising the specter of jury tampering, and that the jury is not following its oath, because it's deferring to outside influence rather than to the evidence and the law. NJ Kathy, thank you for being our eyes and ears. Thank you for being here with us. Appreciate it. Teresa Gosnell, I Googled those tarot cards. That is weird. Yep. It is a little weird, isn't it? A little bit of a coincidence. And then when you find out that Brad Holder is posting the Hanged Man, painted the Hanged Man tarot, not super long after all this. Yep, a lot of weird stuff here. Starchasm FF. God bless you, Andrea. Please get some self-care. Thank you. I will. I'm pretty good at my self-care. I'm a very physical processing of my emotions. I would always go for a run. Now that I, do the boxing, go hit the bag, go hit a person even consensually. So I will get through it, but I do appreciate the concern. Lisa Loney, I think about AI and how it could be used in the future for investigations, litigation, plugging in the info to try to surmise suspects and probabilities. Thank you, AB. Yeah, absolutely. I'm very concerned about this because if there's one thing that I feel has been one of the early takeaways from AI, it's that AI will lie to us happily. It will happily deceive us. And so it has so much potential to be this, enormous enhancement of the human intellectual capacity, but I don't know how we trust it. And I feel like we're on this inevitable slippery slope to where it's going to happen whether we do or not. And it does. It does concern me. Nan, trial is over. Local news says the gag order is still in place. Why? Thanks for your coverage. I believe Jerry Holman said that today. I don't know why. Maybe they're going to keep it in place till sentencing, but the justification of the gag order is the risk of prejudicing the proceeding. And so a verdict has been entered. I don't see how it's prejudicial. I think if they wanted to challenge that, they could. DNB, thank you so much for all your hard work keeping us informed daily about what happened in court. You are a blessing to us all. My heart breaks today with this verdict. Thank you very much for your support. I appreciate that. It's not a happy day. Not a happy day, but I'm glad we have this time together. I do think it helps and it matters. Kelly Jane, I 100% see Richard Allen as not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but I'm sure going against families of 2 dead girls who have been staring at you for 3 weeks isn't the same as sofa jurying. Yeah, it's true. It is true. They've just come with they come from a different perspective and the role, it's a different role. They have a different perspective on the judge than I have. They don't know the whole pretrial process. It is different. Dennis Jensen, just tuned in. You did more for a fair coverage than anyone. Sending a mental hug. I wish he could get someone like Jane Fisher Bryelson pro bono. I'm optimistic that he's going to have, lots of folks that are willing to help now that the word has gotten out. And it's just clearer. It's clearer what an injustice this is. Before trial, there was always the possibility, maybe the state's got more. They're just not showing all their cards, whatever. Now we've seen it. Not only do they not have more, they actually kind of had less because, some of what they did have got exposed and kind of fell apart. So hopefully now that is out there and people see that, those of us who are in a position to stand up and help will be willing to do that. Miss Shorty, this is not justice. It's definitely not a perfect system. Denira's son, did they do pregnancy tests? Not that we heard about from the autopsy. This info would be relevant in terms of identifying a father or motive. Thanks for following this case for all of us. Yeah, we didn't hear anything about that as far as the autopsy was concerned. So I'm not aware of anything like that. That would definitely be something that would be known through an autopsy. Laura K, I don't know if it's been brought up, but at Hunting Evil True Crime has some very interesting YouTube videos about corruption and the tangled web of Delphi, includes FBI text and phone recording receipts. Yeah, there have been a lot of good creators about here, covering all kinds of different aspects of this case, lots of different information, lots of different theories, lots of different pieces of the puzzle getting put together. I've encouraged people to just kind of watch everything, Echo chambers aren't good for anybody. If you watch something and you don't agree with it, great. Now you know. But it doesn't hurt us at all to be exposed to ideas that maybe at the end of the day we don't agree with. The Peasant, I respect you for expressing your opinion publicly and fearlessly. I happen to agree with you. This whole case is bullshit, lowercase intentional. Loving your channel. Keep it coming. Well, thank you very much. I have said from the beginning, I don't find there to be any point in trying to hide myself from what I'm doing here. It's one of these vanities, I think, of journalism. This idea that, oh, we're unbiased and we're kind of above all that. No, you're not. You're just not acknowledging it, and you're not disclosing it. You're not revealing it. You're pretending like you're not going through a process of selecting what information you report, and that process of selection doesn't itself reflect bias and reflect a certain story, a certain narrative. So I just try to be upfront about that. I am who I am. I see things the way I see things. I'm not God. I'm not the final authority. I just try to explain my thought process and what I rely on and how I got there. But nobody has to agree with me. The facts are the facts. And people can interpret things different ways. Yeah, nobody has to agree with me. Starchasm FF, can Kathy Allen still sue for the destruction of her husband with pre-existing health and anxiety conditions? Would love a collab with Omar Serrato, the titled Lawyer on YouTube. Smash like all. Kathy, probably not like directly, but Rick has, Rick has a civil rights claim as far as I can tell. I mean, he seems to have a pretty good lawsuit to me. So I hope that they pursue that. And that would address it, because that goes to his damages, for how he was treated at the Department of Corrections, the way he was, deteriorated. It's very significant. Bone Arrow 82, thanks for coverage. It's been eye-opening. In your appeal case of the DA not being able to bring new charges to retrial, couldn't the judge say something if it's a law? Thanks. Well, see, the judges don't always know the law either. The judges are not always the best authority on what the law is, especially the trial court judges, because they're just often involved in the day-to-day process of running the court. They're not going back and reading all the intricacies of the rules. And there are a lot of rules. There is a lot of law, in fairness, it's a lot to know. When I'm on the appellate side, I have the luxury of having more time to be able to read things and research it and check it out. And if things strikes me like, that doesn't sound right, I can go investigate it and test it. Trial judges don't really have that luxury. So they don't always know what the law is. In some cases, it's not always appropriate for them to raise things of their own accord. It's not supposed to be their job to decide what the party's arguments should be. That's what we rely on the adversarial system to accomplish that, to have two people that are on opposite extremes of a position bringing forward their best case, because the idea then is that they're both fully motivated to bring in the best evidence, the most evidence, the best arguments supporting their position. And it gives the jury or the judge, the decision maker, the most information to be able to make a right decision. It's just that things do fall through the cracks, or there wouldn't be appeals. Danielle Cole, thank you for everything. Thank you, Danielle. Really appreciate the support. Megan L., there's a court TV interview on YouTube with William Librato, Allen County Chief Public Defender that Gull appointed after she kicked R&B off. And he said Rick Allen is innocent. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. And I mean, it should say a lot, I think, that it's not just one or two, it's not just a couple of these guys. Yeah. The replacements also thought so. Precocent, my parents are cops. Growing up, I was taught never to speak without an attorney, even if you're a witness. Thank you, Andrea. Yeah, cops would know. Cops would know. It's sad because we do want to trust. You're a good person. You want to trust people. You want to trust the police. It's a shame that you can't, but you can't. You shouldn't. Sean or Sean. We need a crowdfunder to employ PI firm to investigate. Thanks for all your hard work. Well, thank you. I hope I got it right that time. And this wasn't like Sion. Hopefully it's Sean. Yeah, if something like that comes up, sign up at the website, and hopefully we will be notified of opportunities to help out with that. Sean Bloor, were the branches the same as in Weber's garage? So we don't know because we didn't get to see those photographs. We didn't get to see the photograph of the garage. We peons who didn't get to go view the exhibits weren't able to look. So now that the trial is over, hopefully the exhibits will be able to be obtained. I want to look into that myself, the possibility of getting copies and making them available. So I would like to know that myself. I have no idea. All I heard was just the description that there's sticks on the floor in the garage, but I don't know what that means. Inigo Montoya, does providing an amazing defense, 137-page Frank's memo, but losing help an attorney's reputation or hurt it? Thank you for your amazing reporting. It's in the eye of the beholder. I think you have to take into account the fact that the deck is stacked here. They were fighting not just with one hand tied behind their back, but fully hogtied and gagged and probably blindfolded as well. Was there really any realistic prospect of being able to win this case? You can't hold them to the standard of being miracle workers. So from my perspective, the work that they put in, they raised the bar. They set a very high standard for what especially an appointed defense lawyer should do in a case. When you have limited resources, you're not getting paid. The judge is like doing everything to try to bully you off the case, and they still stepped up and did it. I can't imagine that this hurts their reputation. You can't hold them to the standard of not working miracles. Wendy DeBee, grateful for you, Andrea. Thank you so much, Wendy. I appreciate all of you and your support as well. Erica M., was the van, etc., that Nick McClelland elicited to bolster confessions undisclosed? Did defense object? Just thinking through appellate issues. The van was mentioned in OS&CA, suggests Nick McClelland thinks it's impactful. The original information, as far as I know, would have been disclosed, the original statements and so forth. I don't think the van was mentioned in those statements. And so it was after they called up Brad Weber and had the interview that then they prepared the supplemental report. And I believe that was provided to the defense. I just don't know the timeline. I mean, if they didn't even contact him and follow up until 2 months before. I don't know when they got it. So I agree. I mean, I think it was impactful. I think that was the whole point. They needed something like that. They needed something like that to really put the thumb on the scale of those confessions. And that's the piece they ran with. Peggy Riordan, if you take the appeal, lawyer said he would donate to a fund if you set one up. I will too. Well, like I said, just stay in touch with the website, the rickallenjustice.com, and get notified through that, because that's where the people who are in the position to organize this type of thing and to make sure that it's getting to the right place, that's where they're going to be doing it through. Beyond the bow, would a civil suit win for Richard Allen's time in solitary have any impact on his appeal? For example, a win would mean law enforcement broke the law, which led to evidence that led to his conviction. No. I talked about this a little bit before. This would be an Eighth Amendment violation and just possibly some other kind of tort, some other type of mistreatment. But the real issue here is the Eighth Amendment. It's cruel and unusual punishment. So there's no exclusionary rule for an Eighth Amendment violation. It's not related to the production of the evidence. Now, maybe there should be, and maybe this is the case to make an argument that there should be. But as of right now, that's not the state of the law. The exclusionary rule, the fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine, it applies to Fourth Amendment violations, and that's all. So without a violation of his right to be free from unreasonable search and seizure, I don't think the civil case particularly helps him on the criminal side. I mean, it's a vindication of sorts, but it doesn't change the trial outcome, because the bottom line is that even people who are guilty and who did commit crimes and who have been convicted are entitled to be free from cruel and unusual punishment. Sarah Jose, thank you for your coverage. I'm devastated on the verdict. Yeah, many of us are feeling this today. Elizabeth Stark, I feel for Richard Allen, Kathy, and his family. I feel for Abby and Libby's families who never actually got the truth. Thousands of people worldwide will not accept this verdict. We also share your despair, Andrea. It's not a great day, but there will be other days, and the fight will continue. And we'll keep trying to get him justice. Theory neutral. Any advice for a juror who wants to speak out? I'm here. Reach out. I'll be a willing ear. If you want to speak out and be heard, there are people that would love to hear. It's really the only advice I have. Cassie at the bat, what's the status of your original action? Too late. Thank you, Andrea. Well, yeah, it's sitting on someone's desk somewhere. So at least as far as the being able to view the exhibits with the reporters, that's now moot. So typically they don't decide issues that are moot unless they expect there's a possibility that it will recur. So they may take it up as a something that there's an interest in deciding, even if it is not something that they can provide relief for in this particular case. But frankly, I would doubt it. I would think the best case scenario would be that they might go through the legal analysis and agree with it or disagree and say, but it's moot. So can't give any relief, not going to give a writ on it in this case. With the recordings, it's not too late for that. It's not too late for that, because the order isn't limited to just the time of trial. Her interpretation is that the civil rule means that nobody's entitled to the recordings unless we're one of the parties. So that would continue to apply after trial unless the Supreme Court disagrees. The real Sarah, question, do you think being able to deliberate throughout the trial had an effect on the jury? I don't know. I would love to ask them. What that was like and what that meant. Did it help? Did it hinder? Did it entrench them in their viewpoints early on? I don't know. I would like to know. Horace Bogardus, are you considering suing Nancy Grace? Well, I'm not taking anything off the table, but honestly, I haven't given it a super amount of thought right at the moment. There's just been other priorities. As far as my reputation, I mean, I had it, people said some not very nice things, no question about that. Not taking anything off the table at this point. Keith, Nancy Grace Lawsuit Fund. Will you be covering the Koberger trial? Yes, 100% I will be. Thanks for your hard work and dedication. We would be so ill-informed without you. Thank you very much for that. I do appreciate it. Yes, I've been on Koberger from the beginning, and I will see that one through to the end as well. LB, if there is a huge outcry with juror and public perception, the investigation was shady, other suspects ignored, a judge that ignored the law, how might this help, or would it not matter? It can't hurt just in terms of people being aware. Shining the light doesn't hurt. Shining the light doesn't hurt. Is it going to have any practical effect? Who knows? But the more people know, the more potential there is for there to be some type of real change, for there to be a groundswell, for there to be, somebody who's in a power, position of power to be able to do something, get their attention. So yeah, it can't hurt. Jennifer Hoff, scary. The state has custody of the untested hairs. Yep, they're going to continue to sit on those. And it won't matter at this point. I'll look into that. It's going to be another note. I'm just going to, have my long list of notes here. Post-conviction DNA testing. See what, if anything, can be done with that. Heather Hammond, it's terrifying knowing the wrong man was convicted and there is still a monster walking the streets of Delphi. Yep, and that person is gleeful. Things went very, very well for that person today. Lee Zecca, say this all happened because of methodical sales and distribution hobby in the area. How did they manage to keep that part out? Just probably lack of being able to tie the pieces together. We've seen what Judge Gold's standard is. You can't even have a confession come in, from a third party. So let alone something that's a little bit more theoretical, was never going to have a chance. Towley 420, suicidal, depressed, hopeless people may also choose to confess to a crime just to end it all. That was my take on the confessions. Yeah, I think that's possible. I think, the best explanation I thought we got was from, well, now I don't even remember if it was Dr. Westcott or Dr. Gracian. I think it was Dr. Gracian who was talking about the internalizing. If you're already somebody who's feeling guilt, feeling shame, you can, kind of transfer that onto this false memory that you've built. And it's just kind of all tied together in the process. He's feeling guilty about, not being there for his family, about being in this position, even though it's not his fault. He didn't ask to be the fall guy. He tried not to be the fall guy. But like we said, it's just natural. Even when there was nothing you could have done differently, you sit there and punish yourself, wondering, what could I have done differently? That's the nature of suffering. It's a 2 arrows story, guys. Remember that. That's what happens. And so, yeah, you could spin that up into something where you can just convince yourself, I feel bad like this because I deserve it, and I deserve it because maybe I did. Maybe I did. Melissa with a $19.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Melissa. Linda Lane with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Linda. Miana, since most people in the county that the trial was held in now definitely know of the case, if there were to be a new trial, would it be moved, and would the judge be a different judge? So far, I have no reason to think it would be a different judge. She is the special judge appointed by the Supreme Court. Unless they disqualify her, she's going to stay on, and unless she retires or something like that, or moves on into a different position. If there's a new trial, would it be moved? I think they could reevaluate that. I think it's a very good point that It's a different situation before trial than after trial. And they would need to demonstrate it. They'd need to look at the coverage in the area. They'd need to look at the saturation. They'd need to look at how many people, locally did follow it. But yeah, they can re-raise it, certainly. Neurospacey T. The problem is a lack of humility and higher education on the part of law enforcement. The good old boy pride and herd mentality leaves no room for objectivity and accountability. Thank you, Andrea. I think there is a lot of lack of humility. It's what always, strikes me. Really, anytime I find somebody who's very adamant in their viewpoint, it always strikes me as lacking humility. It's not necessarily unintelligent. There's plenty of intelligent people who lack humility. But it's just not something that I can relate to. I don't know how people can be that certain. It does seem very arrogant to me. But it's just perspective, I guess. Lindsay Z with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Lindsay. Infoneurs, any advice on content when writing the legislature and governor in order to get their attention? Again, I think the main thing with writing letters like this is to just be sincere. Tell them what bothered you. Tell them what bothered you and why it was unfair. And if you've got ideas about what they should do about it, tell them. But if you don't, tell them that's their job. It's their job to make sure that our government is delivering justice. And if it isn't doing that, they need to fix it. And they need to figure out how to fix it. If that means they need to do investigations and do hearings and all that, then they need to do it. Because it shouldn't be allowed to happen again. Danielle M., thank you for being the eyes and ears of this trial. What a disappointing and sad day. Very sorry for Mr. Allen and his family. Yeah, very disappointing and sad day indeed. Jim Green, thank you for your excellent coverage, Andrea. Presumably the FBI had different theories and has deeper expertise than the ISP. What inferences can we draw with the FBI's not disclosing exculpatory evidence? I'm just not sure if they ever got close enough to get it. We saw, for example, with the cell phone stuff, they asked for a copy of the extraction, and First Sergeant Cecil said never followed up on that. Never followed up on that. So yeah, I'm just not sure if they got anything before they were cut off. We don't really know what they did disclose. They have their whole TUI process. Again, we've talked about that before. They don't have to disclose anything. The feds don't have to disclose anything. They get to decide for themselves what and when and if they disclose. So they could have exculpatory stuff in their files. They're not required to hand it over. We just don't know. But I think the logical explanation is that they got booted before they got anything they got anything significant. Clinton Hall, I just didn't see this coming. My mind has been everywhere today. I am heartbroken for the Allens, holding my family tight tonight. I'm grateful for your caring and diligent coverage. Thank you, Clinton. I really appreciated getting to know you. And yeah, I didn't predict it. Certainly, definitely didn't predict it. But I can't say I'm shocked. I just can't say I'm shocked. It's very unfortunate and not what I wanted, but that's the process sometimes. DK, the real killers are free and not held accountable. That is not justice for Abby and Libby. Yeah, I agree. Fix in tow. Could the defense have offered online proof that the van has been discussed for years? Thanks for all you do. It's out there. I think that the challenge was just going to be, how do you get that in? You need a witness who can testify. Here's what it is. Here's how I have knowledge that this was out there at the time. Here's how I was able to discover it. Here's how, the methods that I use, like to run searches or whatever. Here's how I know that they're valid. They just needed that, and to be able to put that together in, a pretty short period of time just maybe wasn't feasible. But I mean, we've seen it online, people being able to do that research. So it is. It's a shame that wasn't able to be brought out. Share PDX, the irony that Richard Allen trusted what he learned on Dateline. Yeah, well, I hope he's got a pretty clear idea right now of what Dateline thinks of people like him. Rumor has it the creator of the Reed technique has even spoken out against it and admitted it causes false confessions. Watch the Brendan Dassey interrogation if you want your blood to boil. It's heartbreaking. Yeah, he says that if it's misused, he will firmly defend the technique itself and say that the technique itself is great, but if it's misused, it will cause false confessions. And so he's got all these like specific do and don't do things, because if you do this, if you follow my method but you do it like this, it's more likely to create false confessions. And so things like, if I promise you lenience, you can't do that. That's getting too coercive. There's too great of a chance that, one, that a court's going to say that's not okay, but also that that somebody is going to consider that just too influential. So you're supposed to make them think that they'll feel better and that things will be okay, and that people will be on their side and they'll be a good person and maybe the system will go better for them and stuff like that. But it's like, you're not supposed to explicitly come out and say that that's what's going to happen. So there's a lot of ugly interrogation videos out there. No question about it. 20th Century Fox, when confessing on the phone, Rick said he wanted to apologize to the families. Is that common for people who commit heinous acts? I'm thinking no. I think it does happen. When it does, I think it's often self-serving. Somebody's caught red-handed. So you do it to try to mitigate the consequences to yourself. The people who are purely psychopathic, they don't feel sorry. They don't feel sorry. They don't feel bad about what they did. I think you see it sometimes when people are under the influence of somebody or something. They're not somebody who's done something heinous because they are deep down a heinous person. It's a person whose criminal activity is circumstantial. I'm thinking of the sniper, the DC sniper had the young kid helping him out, like that kind of thing. I can see situations like that. Yes, youthfulness. I think it does happen with youthfulness. I think it's when situations aren't like cold, calculated, premeditated killings, but things that just kind of happen in the heat of the moment. Then I think you see stuff like that, you hear stuff like that. But this doesn't look like any of that. Really doesn't. This looks pretty psychopathic. It's not something I would expect the perpetrator to have a feeling of sorrow and regret about. The Squid, I personally think it should be the law that public defender's office should get a budget that equally matches what the prosecution gets when it comes to experts, at least. There have been some efforts to make this happen through litigation. It's never popular. This is why the right to your legislature is so important, because Rarely is funding defendants, people accused of crimes. It's not popular. It's not popular. It's always popular to throw more money at law enforcement, solve more crimes, do more programs. But giving money to people accused of committing crimes is not popular. So the legislators need to be pressured to do that. They need to hear that this is something that matters to their constituents, and they want to see it happen, and that they will use their vote to see that it does. Faye, thank you, Andrea, and your team for taking us into the courtroom with you. I am enlightened. Well, thank you for joining us. It has been a whole adventure. It has been a whole adventure. Meow, can people place liens on Goal's surety bond? So the surety bond is 25 million, if I remember correctly. For that to be posted, typically what needs to happen is there needs to be 10%. It's usually 10% cash. That's the fee that goes to the bondsman. And then there needs to be security for the balance. And so security is usually in the form of liens on people's property, vehicles, retirement accounts. I mean, stuff like that. So it would take an awful lot of security to meet the bond for him to get released. Once he's convicted, there is no more bond. I mean, once he's sentenced, there's no more bond. I don't know if Indiana's got a process to ask for a bond while appeal is pending. We do in Washington, but people rarely get one. And if they do, it's not going to be less than it was before trial. So, I mean, theoretically, yes, for right now. But practically speaking, I don't know that that's likely to happen. Away with Ingrid. In the application for his appeal, can the defense argue the third-party culpability? P.S. You rock. I want to be you when I grow up. Yeah, I expect that they're going to raise their inability to bring the third-party culprit issue in at trial is going to be probably one of the primary issues that they argue on appeal, because it's fundamental. It's not a fair fight. I think that the third-party culpability and the geofence data are both likely to be really significant issues at trial, because it doesn't make any sense that the state gets to present all of its theories about why the crime scene looks the way that it does, and the defense doesn't. It doesn't make any sense that the state gets to use GPS data when it wants to track the girls down the bridge, but the defense doesn't when it's going to place other people at the crime scene. So it's just it's not a fair fight. So yeah, I definitely expect that's going to come up. Auto Doctor 911. Too bad Westcott couldn't follow him all the way to trial to give a better report of Richard Allen and his state of mind. False beliefs take time to get over. Yeah, it is unfortunate that she didn't get to really do the follow-up. If she was an IME, which is how they described her, an independent medical examiner, then it's likely that her scope was pretty limited, and she's not really a defense expert the way that other experts might be. But with everything else, they're limited by what the court is willing to pay for. Alex Jacobs, do you have inspiring words for my wife who is a few years deep into litigating post-conviction cases on how to handle the reality of repeated losses? I mean, it just comes with the turf. We're not miracle workers. All we can do is the best that we can with the material that we're given and what we have to work with. We are humans. We have limited hours in the day. We have limited time before the deadlines approach. The most important thing is to just continue to look after yourself. Don't take on too much of your own too much responsibility that doesn't belong to you. You can only do what you can do, and none of us is a magician. So doing your best is going to be appreciated by your client very much. They know. They know when you're fighting for them. They know when you're doing the best that you can. But there's so much out there as part of the system that's outside of our control. And it is. It's a very, very frustrating and very heartbreaking place to be a lot of the time. So a lot of people have been there, and a lot of people have shared that. And you're not alone. Gingy Probs. Until prosecutors feel the discomfort of a wrongful conviction, whether it's civil or electoral liability, this will continue. One of the best things folks can do is write their local legislator. Yeah, use your power. The government is supposed to belong to us, represent us, of the people, by the people, for the people. And if they're not fulfilling that, be heard. We, the people, are supposed to be making these decisions. Melissa Simmock, thank you for your dedication and hard work. Because of you, I feel like I've been in the courtroom. Much love to you, Jeff, your pups, your trees, and all of these families. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that. Shiraz, get in touch with Michael Osbrook, who is also putting materials together for appeal. He is asking people to gather all instances of where white van was mentioned in social media. Also, Kara Wienicke. I have been in touch with both of them. So to the extent that I can help, I am willing to do that. Keminoke, can you talk to your connections to see if Richard Allen's team would be interested in raising money to do the height assessment the state passed on? I will mention it. I'll make sure that that it's out there. I know that they're aware that fundraising is, possible. So it's just a question of deciding and, prioritizing and making it happen. Kelly Jane, do we know what pro funding was versus defense funding? I don't think we do, but I think we got the big budget number. And so that's something that I hope people will follow up on, some public records requests and things like that. Yeah, we should get the breakdown. If they're telling us it's 4.4 million or whatever this cost, give us the breakdown. We'd all like to see. We'd all like to see what that was. Dreamy Pragmatist. Law enforcement cleared bridge guy. They said so themselves. I'll never understand. Thanks for everything. You are a rock star. Yeah, that whole, the picture of bridge guy, the sketch of bridge guy is out for like 2 years. And then, then suddenly there's a new sketch and we're not interested in that guy anymore. This new guy is the one that we're interested in. And the new guy turns out to be the Betsy Blair bridge guy. I mean, because they couldn't bring in the sketches, that whole change of position, they couldn't bring that up either. I think that's a potential appeal issue too. It's not hearsay if it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. If we're just offering this to show that this investigation is all over the place and they can't decide who they're looking for, or even if these two clearly different people are the same person, then that's something that should factor into the charging decision that they made. Lindsay, when was the last confession? When did he confess to mom? I believe the confession to mom was the May 3rd one. I'd have to go double check, but it was in May of 2013 or 2023. The last confession, that, as far as we know, was the February of 2024 when he was in Wabash. And there was one guard that reported that in only one instance. And that was not a detailed confession. That was just, I'm sorry, I killed Abby and Libby. Sonny Bacon, please look into Lewis County, Washington, murder cover-up of our friend and brother Aaron Christensen. Family needs answers, unsolved since 2021. Thank you, Andrea. I will write it down. Aaron Christensen in Lewis County. Why do I feel like I've heard of this? Does this have anything to do with the prosecutor there getting fired? I don't remember. I could just be conflating things in my mind. Zach Butson, how did they get search warrant for his house to test gun when all they had on him at the time was the file that said he was simply at the scene? Well, they distorted what's on the video. The 43-second video. They distorted what he said and they presented it all in the worst possible light. Oh, he changed his story. His car was there. He said he drove this way. The defense raised Frank's. Frank's when you put misleading information or false information in your affidavit, but they never got a hearing. They never got a Frank's hearing. So this should go to show that getting a warrant is often just a rubber stamp. It's constitutionally supposed to be, a determination made by an independent magistrate. Reality is, it's very rare that a judge won't sign just whatever is put in front of them. Will Allen, verdict due to bureaucracy or truly law and order? Well, $1 million question. Jason McClellan, as an Australian lawyer, I was always taught to call the accused to give evidence. Never ran a jury trial solo, but worked on plenty. Should they have called Richard Allen or Kathy Allen? I mean, I'm hesitant to second guess them on this because I don't know. I haven't had those conversations with them. I don't know what they could have said. I don't know what they might have known that would be damaging if they answered truthfully. I don't know how they would present. I don't know how they would come across on the stand. So it's just very difficult to make that call. Now, the general consensus in the US, and I've said this before, is not one that I share. The general consensus is, you never put your client on the stand. You never put the defendant on the stand. I don't believe this at all. I want to put my defendant on the stand. If it's at all possible, if he can testify honestly, and he's not going to, implode and create a bad scene, then I want my client on the stand. And I've told stories about that. So, but that's just not the conventional wisdom, because they have the right, privilege against self-incrimination. The common wisdom is, well, you should just exercise that. But it's natural for the jury to want to know. It's just natural. And I think especially in a case like this, where you have so many people thinking, I would never stay silent if I didn't do something. I would get on the stand and I would proclaim my innocence. People think that, and they hold that standard to the person that they're judging. Chick Bait, do you think the prosecution excluded information? I'm not sure exactly what this means. I mean, we know that they, moved to suppress stuff and moved to exclude stuff, and that was granted, So yeah, in that sense, they initiated court actions that got information excluded, kept from the jurors. Plenty of stuff the jurors didn't get to hear because the prosecution objected to it. If this is like, did they exclude information in terms of did they suppress it in discovery? I don't know. They seem to have an issue with their production. Stuff consistently being late, stuff being done at the last minute throughout the course of the trial. I mean, would it shock me if there's stuff that they never handed over? No. Neurospacey T, working 5 years in corrections, the sentiment, just line them up and shoot them, was commonly expressed by DOC. Mental health staff were told, you're in our house, meaning stay in line, don't be a bleeding heart, aka advocate. Thank you. Corrections are cruel places. They are. They are. And the people who have a lot of empathy don't tend to last. It's a place where people go because they are hard or they get hard. And again, I understand it's not the easiest job. It's not the easiest job. But the whole prison system, it's just built around dehumanizing people. And I'm just of the view that there's never anything good that comes from that. You can treat people like humans and still do your job. And you can still keep yourself safe and keep your colleagues safe. But yeah, unfortunately, that's just not a common attitude. Arla 7247. When I ask how anyone can see things so differently, I can't help but relate it to the election. Yeah, it's very true. It's very true. Two different worlds being seen, reflected in different votes, different perspectives on all that. It's a very good point. To truth for liberty. Jury wants to solve the crime and deliver justice, adds temptation to go beyond real evidence, just inference upon inference upon inference. Stacking inferences can take you anywhere you want to go. Yeah, it's very true. And I think that is the risk. And that's the challenge of not being able to give them that alternative theory. You know, they want to stack inferences, but they don't have a full checkerboard, you know? Chickbait, having journalists in there would have added more transparency, in my opinion. Well, we had plenty of journalists in there. And I don't know. Go ahead and follow them. I just don't think it added much because it gave us a very incomplete picture of what was happening. That was the main difference between what I can do with a, multi-hour live stream that a newscaster with a 45-second segment, can do. They're there to give the highlights, and then you're necessarily selecting the pieces that you're presenting. And you might think that that's objective and being fair, but there's always selection bias anytime there's choices like that being made. AKA radar. Did defense need van info? Can RA forward without bullshit? Yeah, I think it would have helped. By the way, Radar, I want to put this shout out because Radar, my understanding is got her dog taken. Like at some point during the trial, got her dog taken. Correct me if that's been addressed or has gotten fixed or whatever, but that's like really disturbing to me. Like, of all things to go wrong, of all things to steal or torment people or just whatever. I mean, your dog, that's so not cool. So if anybody out there can help find Radar's dog, if that hasn't already happened, please do what you can. Yeah, I think they needed more on the van. I just do. It was a piece that it's a compelling argument by the state, and the defense, I don't think, did enough to be able to show here's why he would have included that in his confession. Erica M., I kind of wish verdict form options were proven or unproven to highlight what is actually being asked. It's not about which side is most believable. It would be nice if they were required to give us a little bit more specific, find like what are they actually finding factually happened to say that he convicted him. I mean, I guess you can kind of reverse it. You necessarily have to have concluded that he was on the bridge, therefore that he was bridge guy. That his confessions are legit, that the state's timeline works. Or maybe they don't. I mean, maybe they didn't need all that. Maybe they could have just been like, well, I don't know if they did it the way the prosecution said, but I think it's his voice on the video, so I'm going to say guilty. We just don't know. That's why I see this point that it would be helpful to have a verdict that gives more specificity. Jim, it's so weird why they are still keeping the gag order on this case. Why? All information is out and there's a conviction. Thanks for your coverage. Well, it's because not all the information is out. They don't want the parties talking about what didn't get out at trial. That's what the gag order is about, is the stuff that didn't come out at trial. The stuff that's in the discovery. And for one reason or another, it's not being brought in. So, I don't think there's any point in having a gag order once there's a verdict in. To me, that's ridiculous. Gag orders are supposed to be narrowly tailored to achieve the compelling government interest. The compelling government interest is the right to a fair trial. So should we not think that he got that? DK, I'm hopeful this case will remind everybody that defense lawyers are protecting the rights of the defendant. They are not the enemy. Thank you, Andrea, for all you've done in our community. Thank you, D. Defense lawyers do often take a lot of heat for what they do, and I think it's just a big misunderstanding of what the job is and, the importance of it. And, the same people who will point to bad defense attorneys, bad eggs, and use that to smear the entire community are kind of the ones who will not apply the same standard to law enforcement. There's always bad eggs. It doesn't mean the entire thing is rotten. It doesn't mean that everybody in that system is rotten. Nordic Phoenix, Andrea, I'm an advocate for serious mental health reform and regulations because of my son was schizoaffective due to TBI. This case shows how little most people understand about psychosis and serious mental illness. Richard Allen now has severe PTSD, can't testify. I would expect that he would. I just don't know how you go through an experience like that and come out, unchanged. Of course, he's going to be a different man. Phil, the Gilbert villain Biggs. Statewide public outcry and appeal to the governor for justice to be cured in this case and public demand for a review of Goals' conduct or collusion. Yeah, the one thing I haven't mentioned in all of this, which is always a long shot and not necessarily something I would expect, but the governor has clemency power. The governor who can pardon. The governor is who can, just exercise the mercy of the state on behalf of the populace. I don't expect it to happen because it's very rare that it does, and it's rare that they would, question a jury verdict. But that's pressure that can be applied. If you think that that's appropriate, tell the governor he should use his clemency power. Pamela Scott, thank you for sharing your time, your knowledge, and your kind heart. Well, thank you, Pamela. Thank you for sharing these kind words and for your support. Partially starred, I'm terrified Indiana has set a precedent for how to break defendants. My heart goes out to all. The thing is that it's not that this was unknown. This isn't rocket science. It's just that nobody else has had the audacity to do it so openly like this. That's what's wild. That's what's really got my eyes open to the state that I thought was just this quaint little state that's gave us Kurt Vonnegut and is otherwise kind of quiet and unassuming. No, I think they took for granted that they would be able to do this out in the open with audacity and that there would be no consequences. And that's scary. That's very scary. Truth Fury, if they are able to bring a habeas case, would the FBI include any files they may have from their brief involvement? Thank you. So the defense can continue to try to get those FBI records. It's still just within the FBI's internal process, the rules that they have for when they will and won't disclose things, to decide whether they're going to or not. So if the defense does get stuff from the FBI, they can definitely use that as part of a habeas case, but they can't force the FBI to give them anything. Jamie H. What percentage would you put on Richard Allen being granted a new trial? I have to wonder what the jurors will think when they are home and find out all the info kept out. Boy, you're asking me the question that I never answer. I never answer this. And people that I represent, they always want to know, well, what are the odds? I can't give you the odds because there's too many variables. I think he's got a very strong legal position, but I don't know this court. I don't know the judges. I don't know the culture. I really don't even know, that much of the case law. I haven't had, because of how this trial's gone down, I haven't been able to do the amount of research that I would ordinarily do in a case like this, where I would have access to my devices and stuff like that, as things are coming up. So I can't put a percentage on it. I would say I think it's more likely than not that he gets a new trial. And that's as far as I'll go with it. But even that, people who practice in this jurisdiction could be like, out of your mind, girl, this appellate court, never in a million years. I just don't know. Chris, legit, how was this at least not a hung jury? Yeah, I'm surprised, I'm surprised. I said I thought this was like the one outcome. I'm like, I just don't think they're going to do that. But here we are. Precosent, would you consider doing a presentation? Haldol use in Iranian and Russian prisons, documented torture of detainees, not your specialty, but you have a great platform. Well, you're right. It's not my specialty. I would be interested in somebody else doing that presentation, somebody that it is maybe a little more their specialty, somebody in psychiatry or somebody in, prison reform specifically, international human rights, stuff like that. I think it would be a very interesting presentation. I'm not sure it's quite in my wheelhouse, but I'd be interested in somebody else doing it for sure. Bone Mama, small token of my appreciation for what you do, Andrea. You are the best. Well, thank you so much for that. I do appreciate everyone's support. Just Josie, can Governor of Indiana be petitioned for clemency for Richard Allen? Yes, he can. Yes, he can. So definitely keep that among your options. AKA Radar, early on goal sealed docs due to petition by Mrs. Patty petition. Wouldn't Supreme Court want to know of this precedent setting their duty to do, in my opinion? The open bias and clear sabotage. Can Supreme Court rehear ruling to keep an already insulting goal? The defense is going to have to ask again to disqualify her, and they're going to have independent reasons. They'd have to have new reasons besides her rulings. We already know her rulings aren't going to be enough. No matter how one-sided and unreasonable they seem to be, that's not going to be grounds to kick her off. So I'm skeptical that there's going to be a basis for her to be removed. As far as the early on sealing, that was brought to their attention. They know the sealing has been an issue in this case. I brought it up in mine as well. It's from the very first day of this case. There was sealing, and it was Mr. McClelland's motion. He's the one that filed it. The prosecution filed it. I know that the Patties supported it, but it was Mr. McClelland's action. Yellow Pill NP for the Line Sitter Lobster and Filet Mignon Fund. P.S. What's your favorite color? Asking for a friend. I don't really have a favorite color because it changes. It changes all the time. Sometimes I'm a blue girl. Sometimes I'm a red girl. Sometimes I'm with my husband and I really like orange. Sometimes I feel pretty black. I don't really have a favorite one. I like lots of colors. I really like yellow sometimes. Sorry to not be more helpful. Thank you for your contribution to the fund. Kitty Carey, can the jury make it a mistrial? Hint, hint. No, not really. Not really. I mean, the verdict is in, so unless there is misconduct that would impeach the verdict, no. If there was misconduct and a juror disclosed it, that could be an issue. Lakong Express. And just where did the jury think the girl's blood went? Mailboxes, mailboxes, mailboxes. Andrea, you are a rock star. Yeah, I think a lot of you that have followed a lot of cases, you've seen injustice is not really that rare in the system. I don't know. It was never satisfactorily explained to me. I thought we got a good explanation for Libby, what happened to Libby and the evidence at the crime scene, but I was not satisfied with the explanation we got for Abby. Wasn't satisfied. There was not enough of her blood at that scene. Courtney W., please buy something comforting. Courtney, that's very sweet of you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Jamie H., can Richard Allen or his family sue for treatment prior to his conviction? I think that they probably can, yes. That's called a Section 1983 lawsuit. It's 1983 when it's against state officers. There's like other ways to get at other people that may potentially be involved that are not state officers. But in this particular case, you're talking about really the warden. You're talking about the people that worked at the prison. So yeah, I think that that's viable, and I hope that they look into that. The Posh Planet, on the appeal, will he have to have the same evil judge? No, the appeal will be judged by a panel of 3 different judges on the Court of Appeals. Judge Gold does not get to review her own record and decide if she made an error or not. It goes over her head to her superiors. Criminal Med, best way to restart and find the right folks, FBI. I guess so. And I'm just very skeptical that that the FBI is going to get involved in this if they haven't already. Their involvement would have to be, kind of backdoor. It would have to be through the investigating the investigators. And I just don't know if they're going to do that. Big Dog 5758. Thank you and all the various LawTube lawyers who covered this trial so we could hear all the tea, so to say. Well, you're very welcome, and I am sure they are grateful for your support as well. Chickbait, Andrea Burkhart, can we still trust the justice system on a state-by-state basis? It seems it's not equitable. What are your thoughts? There are many, many problems with the system, and many of these problems are structural. We've talked about a lot of those over the course of this trial. The defense is always at a bit of a disadvantage, just by the normal prejudice. If you walk into the courtroom and it's everybody's natural inclination, look at the guy at the table and think, I wonder what he did. We're supposed to have a presumption of innocence, but it's just very, very hard to do. It's very hard for people to do. So you're always kind of coming off of the back foot. You have that psychological disadvantage of people want to trust the prosecutor. They want to trust the police. They want to trust that the state is working the way that it's supposed to. And so if you're up here, trying to challenge that and trying to point out areas where they went wrong, they're naturally going to resist that. I mean, this is before you even get into the issues of like the problems with the funding, that we've talked about, the inequities with the funding, the way that the judges are, typically pro-prosecution. They exercise their discretion in the prosecution's favor far more than in the defense's favor. Judges don't get elected for being soft on crime. They don't want that reputation. So they tend to be very, very state friendly. There's just a lot of problems with it. I don't want to say that it can't be capable of producing justice. I don't want to say that it isn't still mostly a good system, but it's definitely got its flaws. Definitely got big flaws. Deb Wagner, did you ever speak to Lauren in depth? She and Dr. John seems adamant of Rick's guilt. A conversation between you and Dr. J would be enlightening. So we never talked in depth about the case. I saw her in court and we would chit chat about various things, but we really never talked about our opinions about the case. And I mean, honestly, most people, I don't think I did. If somebody asked me, what are you thinking? I would bring it up. But mostly I just talked on my stream. And so, if people knew what I was thinking, it was from that. Evan, would you say that your feelings of defense having uphill battle was stronger or the same after you saw the trial in person? I would have to say probably stronger. I mean, I knew it was an uphill battle just because of the evidentiary rulings and how difficult it was going to be, but then just seeing how they had to continue to fight these arbitrary rulings constantly. Yeah, it was worse than I thought it was going to be. I would not have anticipated that they would not have a consistent direction on how to impeach a witness, and then when they do it by the textbook, that wouldn't be good enough. I would not have anticipated that. Michelle C., I was Googling to find a Rosie press conference this afternoon and then remembered that there is still a gag order. The injustice continues. Thank you for all of your dedication to bring sunshine to this case. Yeah, maybe that's the answer that speaks for itself. The reason why there's a gag order is because this is the peak interest, right? This is the time. This is the time when people would be paying attention. So make sure he can't talk now. Helen Rinchak, I hope I said that right. I work in health tech. Hospitals do not use cell phone blockers. Oh, we know. They'll restrict use in certain areas, but they don't block them. Discredit Elvis's alibi. Thank you for your work, Andrea. This explanation, it was just, it was beyond belief. Anybody who has ever been in an ER and, needed to maintain contact with the family or whatever, people make sure they know what's going on, make sure that somebody's, at home watching the dog. I mean, whatever. It's not believable at all. It's a terrible excuse. Caradish, I'm a UK prison psychiatrist. We're told to follow this case and report. Appalling case, human rights abuse. Solitary, they took Hippocratic oath. Yeah, they did. Yep. And that psychiatrist didn't really seem to care at all. Didn't seem to care at all. Barb Funk, if we ever witness a crime, should we get a lawyer just to share what we saw? If I ever get falsely accused, can you please cover my case too? You can't even help in your own defense from solitary. Yeah, I hate to have to say that you got to look out for yourself first, protect yourself first. Be careful. Be careful talking to police without a lawyer's help. If you're falsely accused, I will do my best to cover your case. Neurospacey D, I started prison reform advocacy in 2002. Incredible to see high profile attention now in 2024. Yeah, it's been a big sea change. First step was decriminalize drug offenses, but mentally ill people still pass and are unalived in prison. Yeah, they have mentally ill people have highly disproportionate rates of being victims of violence. Prison can be a violent place. It's not a kind place. Thank you for the work that you've done. There has been a big change in the last couple of decades, but there's still work to do. The real Sarah, do you think allowing jury deliberation throughout the trial had an effect? I don't know. I mean, it's possible. My thinking about it, at first I was like really hostile to it. Like, I don't like that at all. It just seems weird. Then I kind of got open to the idea, thinking, well, but it is nice that they get to process the evidence while it's still fresh in their minds. 21 days later, you've forgotten a lot of what you heard. in the early part of the trial. But then Lawyer Lee talked me back the other direction of, yeah, well, that just means you're cementing your viewpoint before you've heard all the evidence in the case. By processing, you're going through that evaluation, and you're naturally reaching judgments as a result of that. You're reaching conclusions, and you're doing that before you've heard it all. That's a good point. Now, are people doing that anyway, whether they're talking about it or not? I think that's a big question. That's a big question. But definitely I can see the argument that by talking about it and putting it out there, you are fixing yourself, because now there's accountability, for lack of a better way to put it. You're on record. And so you're naturally going to be inclined to want to stick to that. So it's definitely possible. It's quite an unusual process. Carrie Elizabeth, do we know exactly what enhancements they made to the Bridge Guy video? Will we ever know? No, all they really told us was that it's just like adjusting the levels. They stabilized it, and then it's just like adjusting the levels like in Photoshop. And with audio, it's mostly just like removing the noise. But they didn't really tell us specifically what they did. No, they just gave us this kind of descriptive, trust me, bro. It's okay. And again, I don't think the defense had anybody that can look at the metadata of the enhanced video and tell us, here's what the enhancements were. Lori Sanderson with a super sticker. Thank you so much, Lori. Pamela Wolf with a super sticker. Thank you so much. Colonel Kurtz, you look so sad. Well, I've had better days, Kurtz. But thanks for being here with us. It's just, it's tough. It's tough. This is what makes it hard to be a criminal defense lawyer, is days like this. It's me, Josie, 81. Richard Allen is not alone. This happens more than we'd like to admit. Karen Reed, Zachariah Anderson, he was denied a third-party defense. Listen to Wrongful Pod for more on his wrongful conviction. It does. It does happen. It does happen. We want to think that it's a good system, and that we catch the mistakes, and that we abide by this principle of better for 100 guilty men to go free than one innocent man be in prison. But when push comes to shove, I'm not sure people really actually do believe that. I'm just not sure they really do. Carrie Mache sent you a tweet. AI enhanced vid ruled inadmissible in Washington state case. Video person here, absolute fraud. Should be taken to the Supreme Court ASAP. Pathway to the Supreme Court is difficult, but yeah, should be an issue. Should be an issue. I'll take a look at your case. I don't remember that one off the top of my head, so I'll have to see if it's one that I've come across before. Starlight Synchronicity. Odinism is a cover name for white supremacism, not a conspiracy theory. That info is on the Southern Poverty Law Center website. Love to you, Andrea. I mean, it certainly seems that way. There seems to be a bit of overlap. Erica M. It's not a faith for them. They're a gang with a thematic flair. Domestic terrorists is what they are. Indiana. 1S. YouTube doesn't like that word. I can see it. I mean, if this crime is either by them or made to look like them, yeah, that follows. Allegedly obsessed with law and crime to help with the line sitter's dinner. Thank you so much. I know that that will be very much appreciated. I really do want to spoil them rotten. Neurospacey T. Andrea, is there a type of lawyer who applies for judge position? Judge Dewey, Carly Gregg, had wild anger tantrum on live TV. Stanford experiment, give someone some power and see what happens. I mean, by nature, the position selects for people who are ambitious and who want to have that type of control and power. That's just natural. You don't fall into being a judge. It doesn't just like happen one day. You know, people have to seek it out. They have to pursue strategies to make it happen. They have to, you know, work for it, raise money, campaign, all that stuff. So yeah, I mean, it's selected for people who want the job, and it's that fundamental problem that Socrates first mentioned in the Republic. You know, the challenge of any type of government is that, you know, when choosing who to rule, those who are least suited to do it are most likely to want to. Those who are most suited are least likely to want it. It's a paradox that we have, and I don't know of a way to solve it. Lisa Beck, did Abby ask Libby not to leave her, as is being reported tonight by others? I do not recall hearing that during trial. I've heard a variety of things being reported about what's in the enhanced video. I could not hear most of what people are saying was said in the enhanced video. I heard Abby saying, or Libby saying, there's no trail here. There's no trail here. That's about all I can hear clearly. And then you get the, you know, guys down the hill. But there do seem to be other, you know, expressions, but I can't hear what they are. Jason Smith, Andrea, you're so legally intelligent, and I appreciate your coverage of Karen Reed and now this travesty. Someday I want to pick your brain about boxing. Thank you. Well, I'm happy to talk about boxing anytime. We got a big one. I mean, you know, I'll tell you, from a boxing purist standpoint, Friday is not a big deal at all. Way more excited about last weekend when Bam Rodriguez was fighting. Bam is like that kid. He's up and comer. That kid could be an ATG. No question about that. But already undisputed. Like, kid's wild. 2 weight divisions, you know, unified. Kid's got a lot of talent, but there's a very high profile fight happening on Friday. So hit me up on X. I'm sure I'll be talking about that. Emmy, if Supreme Court of Indiana can't rely on rulings to prove judicial bias, then how can a judge ever be biased? Do they have to admit to bias on the record? I mean, pretty much it seems like that, or they have to through their demeanor show that they're being biased. You know, being like snappy, the things that don't show up in the dry transcript. Maybe if they lose their temper and like yell at the lawyer or something like that. I don't know. I do. I'm baffled by this. I don't know how you would show, if not a consistent pattern of treating the defense unfairly and not giving them the same leeway that you're giving the state. That seems bias on its face. Free them all. Seems like statement of party opponent hearsay exception should be abolished in criminal cases. Creates perverse incentives to extract confessions. Yeah, but they really want to use those confessions, you know, so it's never going to go away. Confessions can be good evidence. People can provide valid information that's helpful and useful. I'm not necessarily anti-using confessions at trial, but I am certainly against cherry-picking confessions and not allowing the defense to put them in context. You know, my view is that if the state should be able to admit the defendant's out-of-court statements, then so should the defense. Lisa Loney, why did defense present such a short case? To the outsider, it seemed like they could have presented so much more, and I didn't care for the anti-government angle. It's hard to know what else they had. You know, once the third-party culprit got excluded, you're always running a little bit of a balance, especially as the defense lawyer, because you're going second, right? And so now you're running up against the jury's impatience. So you're always doing this juggling, balancing act between, how do I make sure that I'm covering all of the bases and giving the jury what they need, but not pissing them off by keeping them here longer, than they need to be. Coming across maybe defensive, like I'm throwing too many things at the wall. It's a tough call. It always is. I didn't necessarily care for the anti-government angle either. I mean, I kind of pointed that out. I didn't think that it was very helpful to basically conclude by calling for nullification. I think that's ceding ground to the state, that like you're kind of saying, almost, it comes off like you're almost saying, well, it's possible he's guilty, but you should let him go anyway because of how he was treated. It's not a good concession to make. You got to hold the line on he didn't do it, and the evidence shows he didn't do it. And here's all the ways the evidence shows he didn't do it. So I didn't love that angle either, but it's done. T-Dub, I feel more than one person committed this crime. That being said, if Richard Allen was involved in the killings, I think this would have come out in his confessions. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, I think we would have gotten, if it was like a legit confession, we would have gotten more information that we didn't already know. We would have gotten more information that we didn't already know. If it's a real confession and other people are involved, of course. I mean, it's normal when other people are involved to bring that up, because the defendant will almost always want to minimize their own involvement, Well, okay, I was there, but I wasn't the one with the knife. It was John over there that had the knife. It's very normal to do that. So I think it's likely that more than one person committed the crime, and I'm not convinced Richard Allen was involved at all, but I do understand this perspective. Fixin' 2, were the limbs on Abby and Libby recently cut, or had they naturally fallen from nearby trees? So we know from the pretrial hearing that at least one of the branches appeared to have been cut. It was not just a naturally fell off of the tree, but that didn't come out at trial. Would it have made a difference? Maybe. I don't know. It doesn't seem like the crime scene really bothered the jury that much. So I don't know if one more detail, would have tipped the scale. Leanne, I don't understand how Keegan Kline was cleared either. He talked to Libby that day. It's just a coincidence that a pedophile talked to her moments before she died. I can't fathom that either. Yeah. I think the issue with Keegan Kline was that he was not really considered reliable, that it was almost like he was just trying to get clout. After they did that whole, draining the canal to do the search and found nothing, then I think his credibility was pretty well shot after that. So anything they couldn't substantiate, they weren't going to give any credence to it. Chris Legit, great work. How in the world was this not at least a hung jury? Did you take a hike to the crime scene by chance? I sat on a federal murder trial at 19 years old. We flipped the 4 guilties to not guilty, by the way. Impressive work. So I have not been down to the crime scene. I did go to the bridge, but I didn't go, down into that part of the woods or anything like that. I haven't been down there, and I honestly don't really want to. I don't want to be down there. How was it not at least a hung jury? They are confident in their decision. Emil, thank you for covering this trial. You are great. Chat is great also. It is a great chat, and I owe so much to the mods for helping out with that, keeping things running smoothly. Really appreciate everything that they do. Beautiful disaster. Besides your daily trial updates, where would be a good place to look at the theories of the case? As someone who had to learn the hard way of system at 17, I appreciate you showing light to this side. Like I said, there's a ton of different creators on YouTube. A lot of people have different, things that they've looked at, different points that they've analyzed and stuff like that. The pleadings, the case file. If you go to All Eyes on Delphi, read those Frank's memos. I mean, they are eye-opening. A lot of the stuff is right there in the case file, but they weren't able to bring it out at trial. So, alternate theories of the case, I'd say probably look at the creators, look on YouTube. There's a whole bunch of them. You can find a lot of different information. Paula Semek, I noticed that when injustice wins, people who support it tend to be gleefully cruel and mocking of the other side. Read Alan Depp in UK. The reverse doesn't seem to happen so much. Well, some people are judgmental and some are not. I think yes, in general, people who are more likely to vote not guilty are people who are more likely to be sympathetic, to be empathetic, to relate to people's feelings. Because by nature, wanting to j'accuse and point the finger and judge, that's an unsympathetic position. Nobody likes being at the receiving end of that. So you have to distance yourself from the effect of that attitude in order to maintain it. I would say that's consistent with my observation as well. Christine Hendrinos, thank you for all you're doing. It is a sad day. I truly hope Richard Allen gets another chance through appeals. Thank you very much, and I hope so too. KDog8173, prediction on Tyson fight Friday. You're a badass. Tyson without breaking a sweat. I don't think that's even a tough call. I'll just repeat what I've said in other contexts. Jake Paul is a better boxer than I think he gets a lot of credit for, but he would be easily handled at any, high-level Golden Gloves tournament, talking about a place like Philly, like Detroit, like Texas, like California. Mike Tyson is one of the greatest defensive fighters of all time, and or one of the greatest pressure fighters of all time. And he's still quick. He's still very quick. We saw him displaying that against Roy Jones Jr. not that long ago. And yeah, Roy's lost a step, but Roy has always been extremely elusive, very, very talented. Jake Paul couldn't keep Tommy Fury off him with his jab. I think it's Mike Tyson without breaking a sweat. Dr. Tiny Toff, but the state didn't need witnesses to present evidence. They were allowed to just submit whatever they wanted with no one to verify it. Yeah, like the Google searches. I know, but we saw the rules aren't the same. The rules weren't the same. The same standards didn't apply. Rachel Dixon, it's crazy to think he didn't know those girls and somehow happened upon them and did this horrific crime. I'd love to hear from the jurors. Yeah. Motive. Like why, how, out of nowhere. I don't know. It's very hard for me to believe as well. It just doesn't look like a crime of opportunity. I've said that from the very beginning. Lisa is me, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. And Lisa is me, gifted 5 more memberships. Thank you. And on behalf of everybody who got one of those, very grateful for your support. The real Sarah, to get cameras in all courts, who do we write to? At this point, you have to write to the Supreme Court. They're the ones that make that decision. Possibly the legislature could have some say. Maybe. May or may not run into a separation of powers issue there, but they could and should explore it. So I'd say do both. Do both. And I mean, as far as the courts are concerned, make sure that they're aware it's a matter of legitimacy of their institution. That if people can't see for themselves what's going on in the courtroom, then they're going to question. They're going to question the results. And it's hard to rely on that. LA, shouldn't everything after the PCA be thrown out, or can that also help in appeal? No. So the rulings that were made after the PCA, if they affected what was able to be done at trial, then it can be raised on appeal. So like the Franks motion, yeah, can be raised on appeal. They can argue. There should have been a hearing here. Now that particular issue, I don't think is necessarily all that strong. Because I don't see the Odinism as so much of a Franks issue. But as far as a defense goes, and should they be able to present that defense, yeah, it needs to be. It needs to be in there. It needs to be in there. The denial of resources? Maybe. Maybe. Litigation examiner, if defense expert used extraction from 2019, how was the aux info on the state's timeline? Did he not testify the information was the same from both? I believe that she used the October 2017 extraction. The first full extraction that Bunner did. I can pull it up and see if I can verify that. Get into my notes here. Detailed one in October 2017 was her main focus. That's the one that she looked at. So, and it was in Chris Cecil's report. It was in his report. He just had a little footnote that he didn't really know what it meant, but it was there. Rachel Dixon, do you think since the jurors were able to discuss the case amongst themselves prior to deliberation had anything to do with this verdict, possibly a strong voice that swayed the rest? I'd love to know. I really would. Yeah, if somebody was like more talkative than the others, just got entrenched earlier, I really, this whole process, it's such a wild card to me. It's very hard to know what possible effect that had. But yeah, I am suspicious of it. I started off that way. I was giving it some leeway, and then Lawyer Lee just pushed me back right the other direction. Oh yeah, this doesn't sound good. This sounds like a way to get people entrenched in their positions. Lacey Sturgill, you have truly made me look at defense attorneys in an entirely different light. Continue being the lighthouse that you are. Well, thank you, Lacey. That's a beautiful thing to say, and I really appreciate it. Defense lawyers just have a role to play, and like everybody else, you do it better, you do it worse. Some days it's really hard. Some days it's really rewarding. It's just part of the process. Emily Potter, I have watched you every night since this started. I have learned so much and can't tell you what an amazing job you have done. I have so much respect for you. I'm glad it's over because I know you're exhausted, but I will miss you. Well, thank you, Emily. I will be back. No question. I'm going to take some time after this and, recoup a little bit. Got a long list of stuff to follow up, probably primarily on my Substack. So do follow me there if you haven't. I do some things that are just for paid subscribers, but I do a lot of stuff for just free subscribers as well. So probably put a lot of that out on there. And there will be other trials. There will be other trials. So I will be back. No question about it. Shanta, maybe that's why it was a closed trial. Corruption or afraid of a dangerous uproar in a small town if don't convict. Yeah, very possibly. Very possibly. They just didn't want us to see. For whatever reason, if the whole world saw how weak this case was, maybe people would start asking questions. I think that's really kind of what it boils down to. And the conviction gives them a little bit of insulation from that, right? Because now they can be like, well, how weak could it be? The jury found him guilty. Chaos MXR, how do you think the jurors are going to feel about their decision once they learn all the other information that was not presented in court? I've said, I imagine if I was a juror, I would feel pretty bad about it. I would feel like I was used. I would feel angry. I would feel like I'd been manipulated. And that there was no point in me having made the sacrifice of my time away from my family, and my time away from work. Right now, when we're coming up to the holiday season, okay, the most expensive time of the year, and people have been getting paid peanuts for the last several weeks. I'd be angry about that. But I think that there's a very decent chance that, at least some of the lawyers, they'll never look at this case again. They'll go home, they'll put it out of mind, and they'll never touch it again. They've had enough, they're done. So we'll see. Shanta, DA's office feels YSL-like. I don't know if it's, I don't know. It's a different flavor. It's a different flavor. But I get what you're getting at. WW, the problem with the pardon is that the person receiving the pardon must admit guilt to receive it. Not sure if governor clemency is the same. So this is a misconception. It's not the case. There does not have to be an admission of guilt. There's just a conviction, a fact of conviction. It can be undone. People will sometimes regard accepting a pardon as some kind of implicit admission of guilt, but there's nothing in it that inherently requires that. So clemency and pardon are the same thing. Brad Powers, thank you for doing what you do. Been a fan since Depp. I know you'll keep pressing on. Well, thanks for sticking with me, Brad, through thick and thin. And through periods when I've been gone for a while, and periods when I come back and get super busy, I've warned the newbies on the channel here that, I'm not the most consistent law tuber when it comes to making stuff. I don't want to just talk about a case because I want to talk about something. Things need to matter. So the next thing that matters that comes along, it will happen. It will get my attention, and then I'll be back to talk about it. So if I do disappear for a little bit, don't be too alarmed. It's not permanent. Just Emmy1, so brokenhearted for this verdict. Thank you so much for your coverage and your obvious love for our justice system. Well, thank you, Emmy. It is a hard day. We're all feeling it. Just Josie. Oh, low, it's pronounced Joey. Okay, Joey. I like it. From Louisiana, we had extra vowels and an X to be fancy. Well, see, yes. Now that I read it as French, I can see that. Just Joey. Thank you for clearing that up. Neurospacey T, one sign of codependency, a constant sense of guilt. If you're mad, upset, I must have done something wrong. Your ideas and feelings are more valid than mine. Yeah. That's a very good observation, and it makes a lot of sense with kind of what we heard about Richard Allen and his psychology. Very dependent type of personality. Amanda Writings, did they ever discuss the clean cuts on branches? They did not. Do you know if all victims' family were guilty side? I don't know. I didn't ask. Was there any ruckus outside the courthouse afterwards? As far as I know, there were cheers that went up from some part of the crowd when the verdict was declared. That was before I got outside. There was a bunch of press gathering on the side of the courthouse where like often the attorneys and stuff like that come out. So I think there was some kind of something informal. I don't know if they had a full press conference. Again, if the gag order's in place, then that would be limited. So I just saw that gathering, but I didn't go over there to see what was going on. I just figured if there's news, it will be reported. So I don't need to be there for it. Otherwise, not really any ruckus. Not that I saw. People just kind of calmly dispersed. Angel Wintrode, is there any chance that the original defense team will now out of retrying case because they may think they were a disadvantage for Richard Allen because Gull hated them so much? I hope not. I don't know. You know, it's a perspective. It's definitely a perspective. They're so familiar with it, and for another attorney team to get back up to speed would be a lot. It would be challenging. And at the end of the day, I'm not sure if their appointment would continue after if its retrial is ordered, or if just new counsel would be appointed. I don't know necessarily how that would work. I'm sure that if they are still around and practicing law and still taking these types of cases, that would be preferred by the court, but it doesn't always work out that way. I don't know. I just really hope they're not beating themselves up too badly, because again, you're not miracle workers. It's only so much you can do. Amanda Writings, were the witnesses that saw Bridge Guy short? No, the two of them that described him as quite a bit taller than them were both 5'7". And one of them said she came up to his middle arm, described him as extremely tall. Nope, they were not short. Brad, the similarities between Delphi and Moscow seem striking due to the accused in each case appearing to be fall guys. Yeah, I feel like it's more of just my impression so far. It appears like more of a setup type of situation with Richard Allen here in Delphi than it does in Idaho. In Idaho, it seems to me like just a tunnel vision case that wasn't deliberately set out to be that way. It's just that as soon as they hit on that trace DNA, they were going to follow that, and then they were going to build a case around that. And if the case was there to be made, they were going to make it. So I feel like it's less that Brian Kohberger was potentially a fall guy here. I don't think it was some conspiracy to set him up or anything like that. With Richard Allen, there's a lot more reason to be suspicious of that. Just the timing, the weird clearings of the early suspects, all of that. Kohberger, I think they just had a piece of evidence and they got fixated on it, and it didn't cross their minds that it might not be reliable. That trace DNA can be easily transferred, like we heard all about in this particular trial here. Red Riding Hood 721. Thanks, Andrea. Did Gull ever crack a smile? Lol, not a single time. Not once. No, I take it back. She would kind of, smile a little bit at the jury when they would come in the morning. She would give them a little bit of a smile, but that's pretty much the only time. Mendy, Richard Allen effect. See something, say nothing. It's unfortunate, but I think that is likely going to be the trend around here. It's hard not to take that lesson from it. Neurospacey T. Truth serum drugs are happy drugs. Opiates, barbs. Haldol, a tranquilizer for psychosis. Confessions result of inhumane treatment and psychosis. Yeah, that's interesting perspective. I don't know much about, quote unquote truth serums, but it does make sense that it would be something that makes you feel good, makes you feel comfortable and relaxed and at ease. Manta Ray, feeling helpless. Anything we can do for other cases like this around the country? Thank you for your dedication and great work. Again, I encourage people to check in with your, if there's an Innocence Project where you're at, check in with those. Research if there are organizations that are monitoring prison conditions where you are. These groups do very important work. They can always use a helping hand. Lots of opportunities to potentially be able to make a difference. Joanna Rintu, so grateful you were there or we wouldn't even know. Thank you so much for your in-depth coverage. Please take care of yourself. Big love. Thank you so much, Joanna. I will definitely take care of myself. I've been doing that a long time and I'll keep it up. Vivian James, can you briefly explain the geofencing that the jury were not shown? Yeah, so geofencing data is a process where instead of like getting location data from the phone, they get it from the other end. And so it's typically a warrant that will go to Google. It will go to the cell tower operators, the service providers, and it will essentially ask for information about any device that is identified within a certain geographic area. And so Google, for example, is a very common source of geofence warrants. I believe that was used in this particular case because Google collects and obtains a vast amount of location data from people's phones. It's pings through their servers, it's stored through their servers. So they have access to all that information. So then what they'll do is, given the request, given the time frame and the location that they want to search, they'll go in and search all their records of all the location data and identify devices, within that time frame, within that location, and then provide that to law enforcement. So in this particular case, what they were able to find was 3 separate cell phones in very close proximity to this crime scene the afternoon of February the 13th, like in the ballpark of around 3:30 in the afternoon. State's theory is consistent, then don't know how we're not finding the bodies then. So that's what we know of from the geofencing data. Three cell phone devices right at the crime scene, and none of them, it was not Richard Allen's, not his device. Valhalla, defendant should have shown sympathy to law enforcement's desire to get justice for victims, but explained it led them to a horrible mistake. Don't make it worse by convicting the wrong man. I think there are definitely different approaches that could have been taken with this. I don't know that I would necessarily go this far because you have to call out the deception to be able to make your case. If you take law enforcement's word for it, then, Richard Allen said, I'll tell you whatever you want to hear and not, or whatever you want to know, and not I'll tell you whatever you want me to say. There were just so many points where law enforcement did not seem to be acting in good faith. Is that because they really wanted to get justice for the victims? How is that justice for the victims? I think it just comes down to they really wanted to nail somebody. And they thought they could do it with this guy. I think you can sympathize with the jury's desire to give justice to the victims. I'm just not sure you can give up. You can give up because you have to be able to explain. Sure does look like Steve Mullen fed the white van story to Brad Weber and got him to come in and give a recorded interview where he said that. Why? Because we don't trust Steve Mullen as far as we can throw him. Dr. Walla with her access to him and her acknowledgement that they talked about the crimes, talked about what was on social media. You got to be able to get into that. So I don't think you can brush over that. to give the law enforcement the kind of pat on the back, but I think you can turn that and just hand it to the jury instead. We know that you, the jury, really want to solve this case. You really want to give justice for these little girls. But you just can't rely on this information that's been provided and this evidence, these representations. If I need you to distrust the enhanced video, I can't be telling you law enforcement's doing their best to get justice for the victims, So I get this perspective. I'm just not sure I agree with it, but I do agree that it could have been less aggressive in that sense. But I just don't think they could do away with it entirely. C. DeLuc, could you compare with other questionable verdicts, e.g., S. Avery, A. Syed? I mean, I don't know. Not really. Not really. Just, it seems like a very weak case. It's not the verdict I would have reached. It's compounded by the fact that there's so much information that we know that the jury didn't. And so it's really on the appeal now. It's on the appeal at this point. But I mean, there's a lot of common themes with wrongful conviction cases. We've talked about that before. False confessions, a common theme. Misconduct, common theme. Junk science, common theme. Eyewitnesses aren't necessarily reliable, common theme. So it is unfortunate. It's just a little bit of a recipe. A little bit of a recipe for a wrongful conviction. MCM11, I wonder how the jury members will feel once they see all the information they didn't get to see in court. Yeah, we'd all like to know. Amber Escamilla hid his plate by backing in, snuck back on side trails, then promptly went to the police to tell him he was there at the right time after he walked down the road in his muddy, bloody clothing when he skipped the trails on the way out so that he wouldn't be seen. It's illogical. I don't get it. I really don't get it. It's not a theory that makes sense to me. Emangiomo, what are your thoughts on Nick McClelland and Brad Holder being part of the same Masonic lodge? Thank you so much for all you do. Small towns have a lot of connections, and this could be nothing. It could be that they've never met. Could be that they don't know each other. Could be that there's nothing to it at all. But when you simultaneously have this weird decision to clear, Brad Holder, just because he's got at best a partial alibi, at best, doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. WW, thank you for correcting me, Andrea. I truly appreciate it. Well, you're welcome. I think this was the pardon clemency thing. I saw that come up. It came up a lot over the, talk about I think Donald Trump pardoning people on the way out and some concerns about that. But no, as a general rule, you don't have to acknowledge guilt. Caradish, UK prison psychiatrist can answer with respect to meds. Let us know. Tell us all the med things. We would love to know how that plays in with this case. I was kind of one of the things I was looking at that I just briefly had time to Google, treatment for major depressive disorder with psychosis. What I was able to see was that it appears that there are very specific combinations of an antipsychotic and an antidepressant that have been studied and found to be efficacious for this type of treatment. I did not find one that included Haldol. I did not find one that included Prozac. So definitely interested in a take on the treatment decision. Is Haldol a responsible treatment decision under those types of circumstances, knowing that he had the history of major depression, to just jump straight to, the drug we give to schizophrenics? I don't know. Shanta, in a retrial, can evidence left out come in? Is there hope? Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't specifically excluded, things that were excluded and that aren't, reconsidered on appeal, reevaluated on appeal, probably stay out. But things that just were never offered in the first place, oh yeah. And if they get a retrial, they can continue to investigate. They get all those investigative tools back, all the subpoenas and the depositions and so forth. So, Picus Palace. Does Andrea ever take bathroom breaks? Never seen it. I think she may be cyborg. It's red herring when she tells us she's wary of AI. Well, you can ask all the folks in the line today. I'm really good at crossing my legs and just putting up with it. Yep. Oh, Susanna, thank you for all of your insight, passion, and dedication. You have displayed an open and discerning mind throughout this trial, reflecting the best in representation, inspiring to us all. Thank you so much for that. It's a very kind thing to say, and I do appreciate it very much. Oh, well, it's late, guys. It's another late evening, although I don't have to get up early in the morning. I can sleep in, so I did appreciate all of your comments, all of your chats. There was quite a lot of them to go through tonight, but I do appreciate it. This has been a long road, and I appreciate everybody that's joined me on it. I do think it was important that we have the space to, come together and process. I think a lot of us came to the same conclusion about what justice was going to be in this case, and are not particularly satisfied with the result that we got. So being able to share that and recognize each other, know that we're not alone, it's very important. Very important. So I see you all, and I appreciate you all being here to share that as well. Well, guys, might be the end of the road. We'll have sentencing, of course, on December 20th. Nobody asked, am I going to come out to it? I don't know yet. I'm going to think about it. I do have some stuff going on, not in December, but not too long after that. But if it's a one-day hearing and I can make it a quick run, I might try to do that, just so I can continue to be eyes and ears in the court. But otherwise, I'll let you know when there's news to report about the appeal. I will definitely continue to follow it. It's a shame to have this conclusion, but it is what it is, and the fight will continue. So I'll be here to report on it as it occurs. Just want to thank everyone once again. Thank you to the line sitters. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to everyone who's been showing up, supporting, caring, asking about how you can help. I want to go ahead and reiterate that website. If you care and want to be kept in the loop, find out about how you can help. It's in the description. Go ahead and just subscribe, put your email address in, and they'll hopefully send you updates when we have more information about things that the rest of us can do to help. So the battle is not yet over. I'll be here. Continue to see what happens. So with that, guys, I will be going to sleep now. Thank you again. And hey, I'll see you when I see you. Take care, everyone.